Well, good evening. I'm going to just go for a second here, and I forgot to tell my different account that I was doing this live stream, so I want to post that. If you can bear with me a minute. Okay. Yeah, I can get rid of that now. Okay, good evening. I think my volume should be okay. Hey, Cub Doggy, I haven't seen you in a long time. Booster of Watch World. You've got a different name, seems like a lot. Wow, so early. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Yeah, compared to the last few, right? Um, well, I had some things that came up today. I was listening to Ground Zero, and he's really in tune there about in a lot of ways, I believe, and and he's doing and he's like, because it's hard to work your way up to seeing everything T and Do talk about as reality. Now it's easier depending on the dose we get, but then the dose is tailored to each of us. No, I'm not saying they stock the planet with all these choices, and people can draw on those choices if they're trying to, have a better way to take things to market, and they've been dragging this thing behind them, behind their horses, and then someone gets an idea of, hey, why don't we try to make something round? It would be easier to carry more, right? And so right from that point, so the vehicles, brains and minds, obviously develop, right? And so I'm not saying anything, outrageous. I know that, but that's the same process that happens with everybody now. And so we get what we believe because we get what we reach for. We believe what we're reaching for. What's floating our boat? What's making life meaningful? Who is many times the case. And what we're going to find out is that all that we do on this planet can be converted to a positive. And that there really doesn't need to be any fear when we're looking to the highest source we can pull on. Now, people that are looking for the highest source that they can pull on are also open to being wrong about things, or being, or seeing something different and thinking that they're not necessarily wrong, but they have a new way of seeing it. And that's what Tiendo did by everything they said and did and talked. They were presenting us with a new way of thinking about almost everything. I mean, I'm saying almost anything because that preparation is over hundreds and thousands of years for each civilization. So that first idea that came to make a wheel came from, I believe, one or two sources. Well, let me say one of three sources. It came from a genetic code mind that was triggered sometimes by age, things that get triggered, and certain experiences, really having a hard time pulling that, those sticks behind you, carrying that big load. And even though, that can be a good way, just, actually maybe just as good, like the Indians did in the United States that I know about. They did that all the time. Actually, the wheel can be actually a negative too. Right? Because it can't go places that just like dragging a couple sticks with your load on the back of it can have. Especially if those sticks are made of hemp. They're lightweight, but they're very strong. I mean, they wear out, but they don't like crack. Oh, they can be cracked, but anyway, I discovered that. But I know people talked about it too. But so it's interesting that was outlawed from growing it. I heard recently that people were required to grow certain things, and when I was told that recently, it sounded like a piece of new information. But how stupid is that? I mean, I'm not saying stupid, but how like that's been going on for a long time. It's still happening now. By the price you get for growing soybeans as opposed to growing alfalfa, or whatever it is. So nobody's forcing you to do it. It's the economy that's forcing you to do it. But it's by our own free will. So it is a higher form, I believe, of having choice rather than the government taking control. That's the problem with UBI, Universal Basic Income. The people become dependent on it, and then if the government requires something of them and they don't obey that requirement, they threaten losing it, and now they can't do anything else. So they have to go along with the government if they want to live. So that's what I think they want to install here, some of them. I think Trump's against it. I think the right is generally against that. It's called communism. So the idea of communism, of everybody sharing, is wonderful. Okay? But as a government, it doesn't work because of the corruption of the humans that are continuing to seek power and influence and always have this other agenda that is more important than telling the truth to the American people or the Chinese people or the Afghani people or whatever it is. Whenever somebody wants to know the truth of something, how something works is a form, I believe, of seeking the truth about something. What truth and reality is the same thing. When you're talking about, no, they're synonymous terms actually, I believe. Not I believe, but T&O taught that. I'm hemming and hawing a bit about it because I want to make sure I remember it right, because the thing is, see, the danger in a sense of using our own minds to describe everything about the next level is that our memories can actually shift to thinking that T&O or anybody else, that this happens with a lot of people, they get what they believe. In other words, they can think that their words are one and the same as with T&O's words. Okay, but even though that looks like it's a big danger, it's not, because the context is what's most important. I mean, the content of the thought. I mean, the way of testing. That's why Jesus talked about testing it. Looking to see if it has the fruit, it has the behavior and ways in it of the next level. I mean, an obvious way of doing that is that when someone tells you that there's a coup d'etat in Venezuela and Juan Guaido is the rightful president, and you believe it because the authorities said that, right? And so there's a lot of people that believe everything they're told. And I shouldn't say don't even, because that's like a little bit of a judgment there, I'm accentuating it. And I want to stay away from that because I don't have the right to judge anybody. And there's reasons for that, that I'm perfectly aware of, but I still have the aspects of it in my genetic mind and my environmental mind that I grew up with as a vehicle. And then the next level mind is the mind that seeks the truth, seeks reality, and changes, and adjusts the vehicle, tries to get the vehicle on board by saying, "Okay, vehicle, you're not going to have that right now. You're not going to, like in the Transfiguration Diet book, they have a diagram." And I think it's posted on my Facebook Sawyer Heaven's Gate page, and also on my blog, sawyerhg.wordpress.com. Just search for Transfiguration Diet. If you can search on 2 words, that would be best. Because I'm lazy and I don't want to stop right now and try to find a link to it. But the diagram was that, Dr. Little Green, who was being depicted as being Doe, wearing a 10-gallon cowboy hat at one point, and I don't know if he had cowboy boots and spurs, but he was, his vehicle was born in Spur, Texas. I don't know if that's the hospital, if there was a hospital there, but that's where his family came from, Spur, Texas. But and I went to Spur, Texas, a couple years ago with a friend of mine, and ran into somebody that knew the Applewhite family, and they were wondering what we were doing in town, and we told her, and I don't know, it was a. It was an interesting little event that happened when we pulled over in this little side. It's just a bump in the road. And I don't even know if there's any Well, it's probably got a post office and a general store, but I don't know if it. Well, no, it had more than that. It had more than that. It was a little town. That's right. I remember going through it after we had that encounter with somebody because we stopped on the side of the road because that's what we were doing, and we were filming and getting some stretching out and stuff, and this person drove over to us, and she was associated, I guess, with maybe some people that were looking out for strangers and checking them out. And she knew about the Applewhite family. So anyway, back to, let me go to the chat room. Cub Doggy says, my vehicle is still recovering, doing well. Did you have COVID? Jeff Barnes says, greetings. Greetings to you. So, yeah, I don't remember. I'm sorry. I know you probably told me a lot about it, and I think I relate to something. But you have to forgive me. I kind of feel like I said in the last live stream, I have a sense of people that I only know from the chat room and from my Facebook page and maybe some other little ways of communicating, right? And I have that sense of people that I feel like is clear. But I get mixed up on the names. Well, it's not that I get mixed up with somebody else. I just don't know if what I remember about them associates to that name anymore. So maybe that's old age. I don't know. But another little thought here that I wanted to just throw out here was that I had been curious about, where the CARES Act money was going. And I found out that Boeing was getting a big chunk. I don't know if it was just millions or billions. And I think it might have been billions. And then I heard just yesterday that, and they're saying for the airline industry, right? Because of all the decrease in flying. So I was thinking of something else about that, but it's weird. I mean, this is obvious. So then now recently Boeing just said they're laying off like 130,000 people over the next, I don't know, it hasn't started yet, I don't believe. But that's what the money was for. It was for the people that were losing their jobs. Well, don't think Boeing people lost their jobs. They didn't lose their jobs. Or maybe some did, because it could have been a way to get rid of people. That's another thing that can happen. This becomes a way to weed people out. And I know the corporations, from personal experience, do want to get rid of people that are, that they can train people a lot cheaper to do their tasks now. And so they can get rid of the people that are making the big dollars. Now, I saw that happen in the job that I had for J.P. Morgan Chase Manhattan Bank. I was hired as a programmer because I had Power Basic on my list of languages that I learned, coding languages, and so I had that on the internet somewhere, and a headhunter found it, and he put me together with J.P. Morgan, Chase Manhattan Bank, and for a contract. And so I got the contract, and then while I was there, they were being bought. They were merging with US One. I think that's what it was. Which was no, not wait a minute. What was it? U.S. Bank, I think it was. Yeah, U.S. Bank. Or Bank One, maybe it was. U.S. Bank One, something like that. Anyway, and so then I saw that how all the jobs from India, they had a whole, we were on a three-story building. We were on the third floor. I was working out of Island, New Jersey. And I was commuting from there to Vermont. I'm working 4 days a week down there, and for long days. So anyway, so while I was there, I was put on a different project that had nothing to do with Power Basic, and because maybe they changed while there were at least a dozen or more programmers that have been there for a long time, for many years, and so I don't think they necessarily hired me as like a for a cheaper value. Because I wasn't paid that bad poorly. I was paid pretty well. I don't remember what it was. It might have been $50 an hour. I don't know, something like that. No, it wasn't that much. I don't know what it was anymore, but around there. No, it was about like $25 an hour when you worked it out. Yeah. Anyway, so that. I did work in the past for that much, $50 an hour. I never thought I deserved it. I was always like, holy smokes, I'm going to ask for $50 an hour for what I know. That's programming, that's our mind's programming. That's that maybe a combination of genetic mind and environmental mind. That you grow up with a certain value to money, that relates to labor and relates to what other people consider to be intelligence or talents and skills and all those things. And so all those things are actually equal in the next level. I mean, to the next level program, then one isn't greater than the other. Like if you go into become a theologian as opposed to becoming somebody that's a healthcare worker, I'm not saying that that's the bottom. I'm just saying that's a big range of careers. There's not a plus or a minus to them because they're all potentially ways of climbing the human kingdom mountain that Tiendo talked about. So that we get what we believe, we get what we go for, we get what we desire, what we try to put into motion. What we belief has to do with action. Not just a mind action. It's not just sitting around and saying, oh, I believe in this and I believe in that. And you can look at statement 1. It talks about that right from the bat with a few words. That, if you believe in this, then you're going to be on, you're going to be sitting on the flower blossom with your Savior. It's a con game. It's a con that was made. It's a facsimile in T and those words. It's artificial. It's a facsimile of what's real. And what's real is that the next level exists, and we can graduate into becoming a member of the next level. And the spirit world exists and is part of the structure of the frequency database that has all those. You know, I don't know if Tiendo would use this analogy, but I started to wonder, because they did use computer analogies and genetic analogies, but in general ways, and well, you know what? I lost it. So I'm gonna let that go, and I'll maybe get back to it. Who knows if I will or not? But good evening, 78 Sound. Well, thanks for that vote of confidence, Jeff. Well, see, that job that I'm talking about with $50 an hour, since you mentioned it, is when I was working in Albuquerque. And I got a job. Well, actually, I wasn't worth. One job was $40 an hour, and another contract was $50 an hour. Because Sorority and I started a little computer business, but the only way we made it a business was by getting a DBA. I don't remember what we paid for it, some little amount. I don't know if we bought it at the post office at a town hall or something. And it gave us the right to do business as such and such a name. And so the name was ThinkLink. And the other name, we did it twice. And then another name was WordWise. And I don't know where we came up with the names. Maybe Doe gave them to us. Maybe Doe suggested. I don't know how it worked. I don't remember that part. But so we went to. So I got a contract at Western Digital something in Albuquerque. And I was working for them for, I think, $40 an hour. And I was converting the system that they had into a network system from which just meant all the writes, the writing to the hard drive would have to be done, by locking it, writing it, locking the record, writing the record, and then releasing the record, quickly, updating the index or whatever library commands you needed to give to it, and put in pauses and things. And I did do that, but I don't think they ever used it. I don't think it was never really finished because we moved. And but I had another job there working for a hospital because of, I think, because I had knowledge of DBase and RBase and maybe it was Paradox. They were called third generation languages because they were you didn't have to do so much low level programming to accomplish tasks like to open up a window. It takes a lot of code. Lighting up the pixels and all the shapes and everything. So so that's all the low level stuff. But and so I was paid $50 an hour to help them organize a system on this database. And so I probably didn't work for them very long, but I'm wasting too much time with this. Anyway, let me get back to Jeff Barnes. I'm sorry, I'm reading it that way. Jeff Barnes. Okay, so unions should be negotiating your wages fairly for you. We need a union now, the T&O union. Well, they encouraged us to upgrade whenever we changed locations, and so we had to change jobs. They encouraged us to try to, because when I would have a job, when I was on the job, I was studying what was required for that job, and I was teaching myself programming and some of the jobs that I had for data entry and word processing, and so they were encouraging that because that's a way of the next level. To always be, not because they could benefit from having more sticks, because in case they needed them. They always carried a significant buffer with them in case the next level gave them instructions to, all go to Israel, which Doe considered while I was in the classroom, but then he didn't do it until after I had left the classroom with Livodi and Jano, and he said when he got there, he didn't feel his older member's mind there. He didn't feel like there was anything there to that's not putting any kind of condemnation on them, the people there, not at all. It's just that they weren't going to be ready for what he was offering. I mean, even though there could be an exception, and who knows if just his being there because it does work this way to some degree. I know that. Just being there in that area. He didn't go to Jerusalem. He went to, I think he went to Haifa, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe a couple towns. And, I don't know if everything was reported that he did. But just by being there, it would have been possible that somebody could have picked up on the mind that he brought with him that was then put in that immediate atmosphere by his thoughts and Livodi and Janody's thoughts for the time period that they were there. It is positional. It is like geographically it has its roots. The whole human kingdom has a root system that we can't see between all the families. That's why it's been described as a tree. To where our thoughts do matter. They do things. They actually, but for most of us, all of us actually, our thoughts are very weak. Well, I shouldn't say weak. That's not right. I mean, you're weak, of course, relative to the next level thoughts. But I mean, then what are you going to do? Start judging thoughts, by their caliber of energy? Well, maybe you can. Maybe you can, because they do have different vibrations. That came from T&O's mind. And your thoughts can promote healing of the body, the biology. And we can also have problems biologically if I think generally the way that works is that our genetics provides us with a propensity for a certain type of problem, like let's say with our health, let's say with eczema or something. Okay, I wonder if eczema is from the vaccinations and all those skin diseases. Some people get rashes right away. My daughter got a rash from, I think, erythromycin. Mycin. So, anyway, but well, I'm getting off the track again, down these different little pathways of. Oh, you're talking about the human tree and how it can heal, and you can also receive the vibrations of the discarnates, and you can also be influenced in a number of ways from the Luciferian space alien fallen angel souls and their whatever capacity they might have for beaming thoughts down to humans, like Doe said they do. Well, to deal with that, that's we have to deal with all that, and so that's why people wake up at different times in different degrees for different periods of time, and then they sometimes go in a little different direction for a while, and then they see something else at a time when they're more open to seeing something new related to something else that they make that connection, and we all do this, I think, unless we're not seeking at all, and so we never do that. End up searching, kind of thing. We're only staying in the one vein, which has its value. And if we've got a project that is really meaningful to us, then and sometimes some of the jobs are very intensive in what we have to concentrate. You don't want to make mistakes in a lot of the jobs that we have. And so we need to have our whole mind there. But then there's some jobs that you could probably sit there with a tape recorder playing T and Doe's audios in your ears, if you wanted to, make use of that time while you're making sticks, or in the car or whatever. But see, we're so barraged by the lower forces that so distracts us. The whole mind of the planet is saturated with the thoughts, behaviors, and ways of the mammalian equivalents, the human equivalents, space aliens, that their vehicles of those space aliens were hybridized from human DNA, mixed with human DNA, and to where then they nurture those vehicles the same way families do on Earth, on their spacecrafts or in their labs if they have bigger facilities underground someplace, which they probably do because that's what they're doing now. They're trying to build facilities. So the humans are picking up on all these things. That's why they can know about things ahead of time. I mean, seem to know. That's why, you can put together all this evidence of foreknowledge of the COVID-19, like this movie that just came out. What's it called? I don't think it's Utopia, but Utopia might be one. And another one, I don't know if you gave the name in the last Ground Zero broadcast that happened now yesterday, 10:30, starting at about, I don't know if he starts at 9 or 10, but he goes to 1 sometimes. Clyde Lewis, or Craig Lewis. I think I've heard him say it both ways. who I enjoy a lot, and I agree with a lot of that. It's coming. He's. His perspective. It's closer to the T&O perspective, not my perspective. Okay, even though it is my perspective, but I wouldn't have this perspective if T&O didn't give it to me. I had to pull it in while I was with them, and I was doing that. I was trying to, when they said in the very beginning, in 1975, you need to pull on the next level mind, the higher thinking, the higher vibrational ideas. Because in the first 9 months, they weren't with us most of the time. Except a few. There were like 6 individuals for sure were with them a lot more, and probably another 6, 12, or 18. Maybe another 12. Yeah, approximately that might be right. Other individuals were with them more often than I was with them in that beginning year. More than that. All the time that until they actually moved into our camp, which was maybe a year after we got together, so that they were living in a trailer when we all had a tent city. That was quite sophisticated in ways. We buried our generators. We had 2 generators, I believe. We had 2 corridors of tents. And so there was a hallway with all these tents butted right up against. Different kinds of tents they were. One were called leisure ports. And the ones that we slept in they were actually Coleman tents. 2-person tents. You could stand up in the middle if you weren't 6'5". I could stand up in the middle, and maybe 6 foot could get away with it and be touching, but Logo and Tollerty couldn't. So anyway, and Dan Sody, but who wasn't among the 38, the last name. And everybody knows that I'm probably losing what I was talking about. And they're right. I got it back last time, though, talking about spirits interfacing with people. And that is kind of like the first thing that came to my mind when I felt like I wanted to do a live stream tonight. I wrote down, was there so much foreknowledge? It's because we get what we believe. Those are 2 different thoughts in a sense, but because the space aliens, they want to get off the planet. That's one of their primary goals, and they also want to steal souls that were planted by the next level, that were deposited into human vehicles by the next level. And so they want to keep people away from believing in the next level. They'll believe in anything else. I mean, they'll even believe in a warped, totally false view of Jesus. Christianity is their own Antichrist. I think that was said by Doe or one of the 38. I don't. That's doesn't mean that each person is the Antichrist. Okay, they don't know it. Doe said that too. That they unknowingly are becoming our Antichrist when they're anti the Christing process, which is the overcoming process that changes. That's what repentance was all about. It was change your mind, think differently, think in a new way. Upgrade your thinking. John the Baptist could have been saying that. Upgrade your thinking. There's a new way of thinking that's more accurate, more real. He could have been saying those same kind of words. And people would have thought, whoa, what is he talking about? But he had the force of the next level. And so, and I'm pretty sure that I would, well, I don't know for sure, but I think he came back. He was one among those 38. But why is there so much foreknowledge? In other words, like with Agenda 21 and Agenda 201, I think it was, or right? I might be doing a dyslexic thing there on the numbers, and the 2030 thing, and the well, no, that might have been Agenda 21 related, and things that Fauci said and things that Obama said that were indicating a pandemic is going to come. That's very bad, and of course they've been thinking in this way, and they've been seeing pandemics in different parts of the country, Ebola and SARS, from 2008, which is interesting that started around 2008, or was it 2003? Doesn't matter. A whole bunch of things started in the 2000s. There's no doubt that all these kind of things, pandemics, earthquakes, tsunamis, weren't necessarily the biggest for the death count, how many people actually died, the fatalities, but were the biggest that had happened in a long time, close together, and even in twos, like those two tsunamis that came within a year apart or so, right? I don't think it was much more than that. Sumatra was one, and the second one was in Japan, and that resulted in the Fukushima disaster. But that may end up killing the oceans. But maybe it's not a big problem, as depending on who knows if the next level intercedes to help the people not suffer from those kind of things. Sorry, I just... got distracted there with... Sometimes, I was running my fingers through my hair here, and I felt a little something, and I didn't know if it was a... Well, I'm just in the habit. If I feel something in my scalp, I want, that wouldn't be a tick now. because of it's like 20 degrees outside. But since I live in the woods, so to speak, actually there's no trees right around me. I mean, not. So I'm not going under trees immediately when I leave the house. I've got, a clearing of about an acre. Well, not that much, actually. But, let me go back to the chat room. So I see you've been talking about Aphois. I'm not sure how you say that word, that asteroid. Right, Doe went to Israel, yes, and Livodian January went also. And he said he didn't feel anything there. So he came back right away. Then REM sleep chant. Horror films. What's your thoughts on Aphoris? I don't know. It might be something. The next level is well, I don't doubt that it exists and that it's on some kind of an orbit that might be close. They change orbits. We've the scientists have seen that happening with asteroids and comets. Hale-Bopp, I believe, initially was thought to have changed its direction a little bit and speed. Both. While I was in the classroom, I remembered that we were looking at, we had a telescope at one point in one of our crafts, and we were watching the heavens. But at this point, we weren't trying to look for what I'm talking about now, but we were in touch with, what was that radio station in Nevada? That's now coast to coast, close to it. I forgot the name of the guy that did the. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You know who I'm talking about, I'm sure. But so we listened to that, and I thought I was hearing a report at one point of that object being outside the orbit of Pluto. That's what I remember from it. Now, it might have been the kind of thing that, there was gravity here and gravity there, but they were getting some kind of a signal in this one spot that was could explain why these other objects were acting the way they were acting, right? And I'm not saying that that's not, valid science. It might very well be, because space isn't empty, right? We know that. They call it dark energy now, which I think, is a pretty good name for it. But, frequencies abound. But the space aliens are limited to the near space around the Earth. So if something's happening that far away, it's not space aliens. I can guarantee you that. Because if it's related to the Earth, the next level of the ultimate, see, the space aliens, the people that come that are living on other planets, that could be seen, could be a human equivalents in a lot of ways, in their biology and their way of thinking, but they might not have exposure to the lower forces, so they wouldn't have. I don't know what kind of characteristics they would have that would be something to outgrow, but there'd be plenty to outgrow by not having the lower forces. The lower forces are the ones that are sowing the seeds of deceit and doubt of the truth. And not that there's anything wrong with having doubt, but that's the process that we go through of actually coming into acting upon what we recognize, and then seeing how changing our actions, changing our behaviors and ways, then affects our minds, to where our minds are more open to making more changes. Not so afraid of change. Because that's another thing that happens from the bombardment of negativity on this planet, and that it's a decaying atmosphere is a big part of it. It's designed to be that way. And is that, people learn to fend off those negative thoughts. So let's say I have a negative thought. Let's say you see a knife or toothpick, and you think, okay, you know what I want to do? I'm going to stab somebody with it. You know what I mean? Like someone walks by you that maybe you play with, or who knows what, right? But you have the idea, I'm going to stab you with that. It doesn't mean you do it. I'm just saying that would be a negative thought, because there'd be no reason to do that to somebody else, unless you decided both to have a game where you did that. Then that would be nothing wrong with it. Well, I don't know. I'm not going to judge it right or wrong. It's not a moral thing, but it's just a different thing to do when you're in a human mammalian vehicle. But next level members, I don't think would do that, because they have other things on their minds all the time. And not that they don't have off time from whatever their immediate job is, and they may have off time for, I imagine, for them to just observe how older members of the next level were giving them participation. They're not just observing. They start off observing when you get there, because that's the way, depending on the lab that you were in. And if you were in the next level before to some degree, which I believe a number of those from that graduated during Jesus' time, graduated to their ready to take the college courses of actually leaving the planet. Some of them, when they gave their lives in service to the next level by standing up for Jesus, the same way that people can do that now, standing up for Tiendo, and standing up meaning not, that's a process, standing for them. That means when somebody says, they, for some reason you mention them, okay, in a chat or something, and somebody says, oh, those are those people that such and so, because they read Wikipedia about it, right? That Doe was in the psych ward, and that he was, those people were all duped, and they were craving something to, better in their afterlife, and so they fell for that information, and let's say that somebody says that to you, then if you knew better, because you had investigated as much as you could the truth of those things, like you read the 88 update in the Heaven's Gate book, so you knew the way that T met Doe, because they had no reason to tell a fib about it, any of that. And I mean, I witnessed them telling that story like 4 times. I mean, in person and in writing. And each time they told it, and also in audio tapes that I hadn't heard in the 1994 ones that was talking about that for the benefit of the new students that were joining at that point. And so, so I don't know for a fact where that came from. Well, I mean, I know it came from, I believe it came from Doe's vehicle's sister saying, what I remember from that she said was that he had a heart condition and he might have checked into a clinic for it or something. I'm not sure. But I don't know if Doe's vehicle, Marshall Herb Applewhite, I know Doe was a user of alcohol, and he was, he was in Houston. He was famous. He sang the lead role of a number of operas for the Houston Opera, and that's there's not that many people that get to do that kind of thing. So, oh boy. I got way off that subject, didn't I? I don't know, apotheosis? Apotheosis? I'm not sure how to say that, actually. I'm sorry. It was one of those words that I never really tuned into that well to learn how to say it. But I guess that's about all I have to say about that. And so I guess whatever I was talking about before dribbled off on its own with the rambling Sawyer show here. So there was foreknowledge of all this. I mean, what we're interpreting as foreknowledge, which they can say was just seeing the handwriting on the wall because of the expanding viruses that they were seeing, that they were actually even stimulating in order to be able to have testing of their medications and vaccines, see if they can tame them or become immune to them. So it doesn't mean that they were evil, trying to say, how can we take over the world? I mean, there may be some people that actually think that way, okay? Or they only think that way when they're stoned or coked up or on mushrooms or something. Not that those things are bad, but but anything can be abused, and so you're better off with as little of those things as possible in order to get by. But then again, really, right now, it's not about, I don't know. I mean, there's many things. There's no judgment about whether somebody gets addicted to alcohol or... that's what I was talking about. I was talking about Doe and that he might have checked in himself into a clinic or something to try to get off of alcohol if it became that much of a problem for him. I don't know if it did. He didn't go into that kind of detail with us. The only thing I just knew that alcohol had been something that he used. He even said at one point that if he had to live in this world knowing what he knows now, and this was, in the 1990s, 80s or 90s that he said it, maybe 90s, that he'd have to be drunk. So, and I can understand that. I can understand that. I didn't understand it when he said it. Even when I first read it, I didn't understand it really. Because I still hadn't gotten woken up more. They talk about people of the woke generation now, and that's a matter of degrees. Nobody's actually woke. That would mean that they were totally awake, as if you were in bed sleeping, and then you woke up. Then you're woke, right? It doesn't work that way. No, it's like we're still in bed, but we got, one eye open sometimes, with our minds. And even that one eye only sees certain things through it. Seeing what we believe. You know what I mean? So it's like, can you ever see a spirit if you don't believe it's possible? I don't know. I think the next level can do it. They can make it happen so that you see something. I think they can shine like a light that we wouldn't even see the light, like a certain a ray of some sort, a frequency, and that can actually make it so that we can see discarnates. I think they did that to me. I say to me but it wasn't like this was like just some years ago, like 15 years ago. But and I really don't want to go into that right now. But you can read about it, I think, in my Sawyer's story in sawyerhg.wordpress.com. I think it's in there. I don't really like to talk about. Well, no, I don't mind talking about that, but see, so the way that Tiendo taught was that all the humans die and their spirit continues to exist. I wouldn't actually call it life. It's not life. It continues to exist. It's like a program, and it can't change anymore. We need vehicles to change. That's why it's so important to have our vehicles now, because we can still change things about us so that when the next opportunity comes, we'll get through some of the lessons very easily, where other ones are still going to be hard because we got through some of them, we're more equipped to get through the other ones easier. Because you end up learning the discipline of mind that it takes to conquer different things. Sexuality, attachment to other people and places and, houses and children and everything, that or our careers or our talents or skills or our students, and that all the I'm talking about, not me in particular. I'm not talking about that like that. I'm just saying those, because I don't have students. We're all students of Tiendo's information. I'm playing a role that is delivering what I feel like I got. From Tiendo and through Tiendo, because they didn't sit around and just, especially when you talk about things like, objects way out in space that were said to be coming around again, and comets and things. They would just mention it if it was, in the news or something, or, and that's where the story of Mark Twain comes from. Am I going to get into that? Oh boy. I still haven't gotten around to really putting a period on this idea surrounding foreknowledge. How can we see the future? How could they have seen the future? Well, maybe I did make the point, and maybe I'm the only one that feels like it wasn't made enough. But it's that the space aliens want the technology. So they know the technology exists because they had experience in a human equivalent condition in a previous civilization with different types of science that they knew could be used for healing vehicles and, medicines and, everything, surgeries, all that. So that knowledge is in the environment when their minds are in the environment, and all the spirits that died with those same skills, if the next level allows all of them to be here at the same time. I don't know if they do that. They might. I know that there's gates. There's places where spirits can't go. And the reason they can't go to those places is because they don't believe they exist. They don't know about them. Which was evidenced in that movie not Ghostbusters, but which we did see Ghostbusters in the classroom. And but the one was called Ghost, where the person, one spirit showed another spirit how to that they could go right through a person, or right through the side of the subway car. So in other words, we make our own reality. We get what we believe. That's what Doe said in USA Today information ad. It's in the Heaven's Gate book. I think it's a must read for anybody who wants to know more about what Tiendo talked about in terms of what was coming in the future, and what was happening, and what had happened in the past, and who they were in the scheme of things. And, well, that was not a scheme of things. That's a terrible expression in this context. The next level doesn't scheme. That makes it into, the way I think about scheming is that, it's like trying to deceive somebody. The next level don't want to deceive us, but they want to give us the truth in a measured way so that we can grow to pull it in better. Like, they can't tell us everything all at once. We can't really understand the full breadth of the truth that there is an evolutionary level above human with physical vehicles that they grow on vines and using physical spacecrafts that can even be a vehicle for a soul to operate. And, unless we think that it's possible that there's people outside the Earth. And so they got to raise the entire genetic structure by implanting those thoughts, by providing those thoughts. Now, how do they provide those thoughts? Well, some of them they can provide. Well, this is one way that I think is possible. Tiendo didn't talk to it specifically, so I don't know for sure. But is that the presence of all those entities that Tiendo talked about as being discarnates and having mind, they're spirits. They're also, but mind and spirit is synonymous. So that's they're floating frequency objects that can literally float and zip around. I don't know how fast they can go, but I think they can go pretty fast. I think if they know some place exists, they can go right to it. I think that came from Tiendo, that last part. But I'm not sure about that. About, that. I mean, Tiendo talked about that in the heavens there were highways. And heavens meant, all the elevated areas. And so who knows where the highways end up starting and stopping, right? Well, they also talked about how there were places on the planet that the next level wanted to keep humans. I hope this is the right way to say it. That there was something potentially detrimental about just poking through the atmosphere of the Earth in any old spot. Now, I don't know if that was, I don't know all the reasons why that was something that Tiendo once, I think, mentioned, if I remember correctly. But it did say there were highways in the heavens. All that I remember that clearly, and so where they start and stop, who knows, right? And so, but that can relate to that other thought, right? That they might want to keep it like over Houston and Miami and the Jet Propulsion Laboratory and was it Pasadena or something? But or Area 51, or who knows, different places, locations where they're actually sending things up. I don't know if, I know they're building a new spot in Boca Raton, right? To build more spacecrafts that are going to be sent up, because they fully intend to. They now believe there's water on the moon and there's water on Mars, and even inside of Mars. Remember, we were told for generations were raised saying that there was no water, no life on Mars, but now they're saying that there's evidence of life, and they just showed a video of a moon group of that from a distance. You can. It's kind of hard to make out, but then there was one spot where. Well, then that might have been like a meteor that made that circle. I don't know, but there were aspects of the configuration of the rocks that could have very well easily been buildings, external buildings of some sort, and a whole bunch of them, like a complex. That could be a next level base. And they might have only decided to let humans see it to some degree. Or maybe it was something that a previous civilization did. Because Doe didn't know whether the previous civilizations built their technologies to a degree to where they could travel to other planets, or do things, or settle other planets, have colonies on other planets. Maybe not travel, maybe he just said colonies. I'm not totally clear on whether he said both of those things about that thought. But so that means like a psychic person isn't having foreknowledge of somebody. Somebody's not. There's nobody that's telling anybody's future, except for if they continue down the same road they're going. The likelihood is that their future is going to turn that into this kind of an end result. You know, I mean, and so people become very adept at being able to make predictions like that. And the dead humans can influence people that are working with like tarot cards and astrological charts, to influence them to interpret something because of what the spirits know that is in their program, that the person in the vehicle that's being interpreted with that chart doesn't know yet. So in that way, somebody could like T went to a psychic sometime before she met Doe, and came away with being told that there would be a man in her life, and so that's the foreknowledge that she had. Now I believe she would have got that. She would got that from the next level, from her own mind, actually, that didn't have to come to do this task. Was on a spacecraft, and that actually set this up, and even set up a certain amount of the kinds of things that they were wanting to get accomplished with the student body. And so they were given instructions to on what to say and do, only one step ahead of the students. So if there was one student that was having a hard time accepting T and Doe as who they said that they were, being both from the evolutionary kingdom level above human, and here to update the Bible and to fulfill prophecy and to gather the deposited vehicles that were going to be the recipients of returning souls, to go through, for them to finish their overcoming process, to become members on a crew that's like a Star Trek without any human behavior on it. So no propagation or no sexuality or no jealousies and infighting or whatever it is that humans do, that we humans do. I'll go back to the chat room. Hey. Did you have a job you really enjoyed and didn't want to leave? No, I didn't care about leaving any of the jobs that I had in the world. I left because I flunked out because I wasn't keeping up with the degree of discipline I needed to keep up with in order to overcome my vehicle's programming for sensuality in the form of sexuality. The 78 Sound says, Sawyer, were most of the group into programming? No, I wouldn't say programming. It grew, but, I don't know if even half of the 38 were doing anything with computers. Probably less than that. But I don't know how many, because I wasn't there then. Rio could probably answer that better than I could. Well, he could answer that much better than I, because he was there after he joined while I was in the group, and he left. I remember him from when he joined, and he left 2 weeks before they left their vehicles. Did he go to Bethlehem and sleep in a manger too? What a silly thing to say, right? Okay. Oh, yes, he did. He slept in a manger. Booster, that was from Jet Boss 737. With the first thought, not with my little sarcasm about it. And then Booster says, I gained weight when I worked at a restaurant. Yeah, I can understand that. And Jay Pollock says, interesting. So the first 9 months or so, you didn't have any HIM teachings. No, we had HIM teachings, but human individual metamorphosis teachings that T and Do had written. It was called Statement 1, Statement 2, Statement 3, and the Prospective Candidate Letter. Those are the 4 pieces of information that I had before I got separated from all the groups and was just traveling around for a while with my partner, holding meetings in different towns, like Liberal, Kansas. Collusion says, yes, a live stream. Greetings, Sawyer. Okay, cool. Yeah, you're much earlier than usual, right? Because I started early. I don't know if that had to, well, no, it had to do with your schedule, not mine. Because you got here at 1, and I started, 1:28. I started it just 15 minutes ago? Really? Okay. Wait a minute. No, I started an hour and a half ago. I'm just not tuning into anything else but what I'm talking about here. So, okay. So, Dire Nerd. Yeah, that's a familiar face that I actually know his face very well. And he says, good evening, Sawyer. Hope all is well. Texas has got cooler. Oh, yeah. And you probably got used to it a little bit too, maybe? Or maybe not. Coming from Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland. I got to learn how to say that the right way. Hey, I don't know if you've heard from any of the people you know back there, but I'd like to know if it's true. Well, I've got somebody else I can ask about in England. I got a report tonight from Ground Zero from Clyde Lewis that that said that they were going to be arresting people that had Christmas celebrations in their houses, something like that. I don't believe that. I mean, that sounds like misinformation to me, that they would be going that fast into persecuting people that are religiously thinking. But they did have a big outbreak, I think, in that area that they're supposedly imposing that. It wasn't all over England. I know they've got a number of different, and I'm not assuming that the people from Northern Ireland would know about this, but I think they stand a better chance for sure than the few sources that we have here in the States for what's happening there. But I know they have different levels, like a color-coded of some sort, of areas that are considered higher risk areas, or they've got more stringent rules. And I know Canada is getting ready for that. I've seen a couple of reports now of that they're building like camps. And there's this new movie out that's talking about the future COVID-23, and that people that are contaminated will have to go to a camp. That could actually happen. That could happen. I don't know if it is. I don't know how much the next level is going to let them do. Because, I was having thoughts a long time ago before I actually believed any of this could happen, because I was certainly as in the dark as probably most of us about actually, what the spading and the recycling would entail, what, Lucifer being cast out and his associates being cast out for the last time. What would that would look like, So anyway, but then when I ended up, but now you can actually see the progression of how that can happen in a way that the people that are instigating it think is perfectly just. But I always had a problem with why they would want to do that when it's so much easier and easier to hide if they can just keep us in our homes. You know what I mean? And limit our input from the internet, as they're starting to do now, by censoring different things. They're censoring all talk about vaccinations as questioning their safety. They're not really. They're trying to do that in the major platforms like Facebook and YouTube. Now, Facebook seemed to be doing that for a while, because I had some of my posts that were questioned or delayed, or the video wouldn't play anymore. And I never knew why sometimes. Sometimes I had fact checkers. Yeah, I've had fact checkers a number of times. And sometimes I would try to share a certain post, and it wouldn't share to my Facebook page. Anyway, but they certainly, if the next level let them, they could certainly really just, block everything. What choice would we have if they didn't let, like I was told that the Google search engines, if you wanted to search for like healthy foods, that wasn't going to come up with the sites that are best able to talk about that subject, because now maybe that's changed again, or maybe that was an exaggeration, but I don't doubt that. They don't want to. For a long time, the FDA was on the precipice of outlawing vitamins, and the reason why they're going to outlaw them looks perfectly logical. That they don't want anything in the market that's not proven safe and effective. And yet they don't have to make their products safe and effective to get them out on the market and in the media. That's the hypocrisy we've been seeing for many, many years. So all my skepticism is not without a lot of experience of all the ways that everything's upside down and inside out, and it's been that way for a long time. But now it's really just come to a boil. It's like that, it's got this pussy boil on it. And it's in the process of popping. I don't know if the election is going to cause it to pop. I mean, it's going to be it doesn't appear to be that gradual. I just got a report of a town right next to the town where I live, or well, not next to, but well, quite a ways actually. Has a militia group on it, and part of what they want is their slogan on their Facebook page, which I haven't gone to yet. Talked about they want to be able to have the choice. They want to have freedom to have guns, and so they got like a target practice range there, and people in the area were complaining that there were things going off that were like bombs, and they also wanted to have like choice was one of them, and freedom of religion and sexuality. What a mix, huh? But I mean that's to me that's a positive. That doesn't sound like a negative group. Now they're also anti-government, and so I don't know if any of them are thinking, of taking aggressive action against the government. But if they just want their weapons for self-defense, then I can't fault them for that. Considering how much wool has been being pulled over people's eyes by the response to COVID and the current response. Do you know that? I don't know if you all know this, but the RT-PCR test can be adjusted to be more and less sensitive in order to come out with results that come up to a positive. So they can get rid of false negatives by just amplifying what they find that they're calling COVID virus, which can be just part of the COVID virus. It doesn't mean it's the whole sequence. And that part can have, who knows where that part could also be replicating itself in other viruses. Because they do have relationships a lot of times. They call them strains. So, and apparently also, so when I heard that report, I was thinking, wow. And, Doe talked about how there would be people that were separating from the world in their own way. And that there might be one example one of even many examples, but the one example he gave uh, said there might be in a militia group that is anti-government, because separating from the world means separating from the government. So in that way, it would be better for us to have less and less government support. But that shouldn't be for food. I mean, everybody should have food and shelter, and if they're going to take away jobs, then they better provide all that, and payment of our bills, so that we can continue to have a decent lifespan, a lifetime of choices. Because Next Level doesn't want that for any other reason, for us to have choices of seeing the truth. So as long as this information is still available, the Heaven's Gate website and so forth, even if those don't go down, we still will have, well, apparently we might still have for a while, maybe some years, a number of years, I don't know how long, availability of alternative information to what the party line is. The party line is being both what the Democrats do and say and what the Republicans do and say, and their relationships with other governments all over the planet. The Next Level has an interest in us learning the truth. So, but it's very easy to be confused, because but that's been the case for a long time, but we didn't see it as clearly as we can see it now. I mean, I know, because I've been confused about a lot of things, trying to figure out, how contagious and how deadly this virus is. And I realized that it can be every bit as contagious and every bit as deadly as everybody is. Well, a lot of people are saying it is. But that doesn't mean that that's the way it is for everybody. That because of our beliefs and what we do with those beliefs, and that includes a lot of things, can go a long way towards helping us have an immune system that can fight off things that other people don't have an immune system to fight off. And so they get sick. And every year people get, when the cold season comes around, when you go outside and it's a little bit cold, it's getting down into the 50s. I'm going to put it that way. Where I live, I go outside and I end up getting a runny nose from that. And I wake up and it's a little cooler in the room. I might have a little bit of a runny nose. It's part of the way that the vehicles cleanse. Now, we know that colds come from coronaviruses. So everybody might have a little bit of coronavirus in them. Dogs have a high degree of coronavirus in them. They say bats, according to Judy Mikovich, Dr. Judy Mikovich. I don't know if she's an MD or she's just a professor. But she was working with Fauci, directly under Fauci. Which could be a lot of people like that, right? So, I heard Trump today say in a rally, that was recorded, we're not going to settle for a chicken in every pot. We want more than that. He's got a lot of I don't know what the Jews would say, chutzpah, I think, because people are calling him by the Hitler name, right? and actually the ones that are calling him by the Hitler name are imposing things that are more Hitler-like, in my opinion, by using humans as their guinea pigs for their vaccination programs and not actually considering as a high priority not administering them to people until they've done a lot of testing with animals and very, very small groups of selective humans in really tiny ways, to where people that get a little rash, they try to figure out how to improve what caused that and don't proceed until they can. They will learn if they keep on going at it with a mind of not being settling because of the profits that they make. It has a lot to do with it, right? You get a grant. Okay, let's say they give them a grant for $1 million to study this virus, and so that by all the salaries that exist and the facilities that have to pay for that has to come out of that. And so they're limited in their time right from the beginning, whatever the grant is, each person, no matter what, whether it's a huge grant or a small grant. The person wants, but they're also in competition with one another to be able to get the next grant. And so whoever can discover a vaccine that's safe and effective, but they've agreed, apparently, the 5 big vaccine makers have agreed to not rush it. But I think the reason they said that, in my opinion, is because Trump was then talking about how it was on a fast track. Because he wasn't talking about vaccines much at all in the very beginning. But it was Gates that said that the lockdowns couldn't end really until we had a vaccination program. And so everybody in the world, he put up his arms and said, till everybody in the world is vaccinated. See, he's hooked, hook, line, and sinker to that limited thinking. And now we're seeing that the lockdowns are getting more severe. Wow. How's everything in the chat tonight? Diode Nerd is asking. Your audio is very good tonight. Thanks to you. And I finally learned how to use it. I got to turn off, all the everything on my computer and on the other audio mixer devices that are input into the OBS software. Finally, I do have the multiple output installed, and I just haven't tried it yet. I don't care if I do or not, but Art Bell, right? Jeff, thank you for that. That's what I was talking about an hour ago. That we were listening to Art Bell's radio while I was still in the classroom. I think I remember a little bit of it. I'm not saying we listened to all the broadcasts, but we were associated with this website. It wasn't called a website then. It was called a bulletin board. A bulletin board. And on the bulletin board, there was one bulletin board that was called Paranet. And I actually know the person that I met the person years later, unrelated to T and O's information, in a way, that actually ran that website. I mean, not website, that bulletin board. And that had, like, all kinds of UFO people, like, talking, like Moore and, what's his name? Stevens and MUFON people and Whitley Strieber and, things that they were, sometimes a little audio, sometimes just articles or little pieces of information, and also subscription to an underground newsletter that I remember that we subscribed to, and was for our reading, and that one of them talked about how there were these entities that were sucking our energy, and I remember looking at that and thinking that's weird, but I thought, okay, well, maybe it's possible, at the time, and then I realized that what they sound like they're talking about is the discarnate world, because the discarnate world can keep us so preoccupied with things that are more pleasing, and a lot of times that even helps with things that we're needing to accomplish in our lives, right? So it's not like it's all a bad thing. It's not a bad thing, but they can keep us from having the energy and time to look into certain things. And we, of course, we all do that in spurts anyway. So, I experience that all the time. When I went for like almost a week and a half, I think, without doing a live stream, when there were all kinds of things that I could talk about, because I know, that that there are more and more people coming to. I don't know what the rate of growth is on subscriptions on my channel here now, but because I just haven't paid attention to it for a while. But it goes in spurts, to where I have almost one person a day added. To other times when it's just like over the last 30 days, like 7 were added, and it'll stay like that for a while, and then I'll see another time, and it'll be like 20 people were added to it, and because you can't go anyplace else, and I mean, you can go, of course, you can go to T&O's website, and I encourage everybody to do that. And I'm not saying there's not other people that are not providing a lot of good information. I like to think that I'm providing some good information, because, I don't know all the time, because, we can tend to justify things that we know when we don't really know them that well, and we can also know things in degrees. And but let me go into something in that regard. Something that I've been wondering about for months, of how the money for the CARES Act was going to be distributed to the states. And I know I heard months ago, maybe from the comedian Jimmy Dore, who I really like listening to, even though I don't agree with everything he says. But he's like he sees the both sides of the government, the parties, as the same, and that you're not going to get somebody better than Trump without providing somebody better than Trump. And Biden isn't better than Trump. In fact, he might be worse. So anyway, but he was talking about how there was the rule, which I think I've seen this verified. Well, I have seen it verified in several different places since then, since months ago. That was that the small businesses, they would be reimbursed for the giving their employees leave of absence for COVID reasons. They would the money that they put out that they lost. Uh, would be reimbursed to them if they accepted those same people back. So that was the qualification when they got the money. Okay, so that means that, let's say you have a restaurant and you've got 100 people a day. I'm just, a lot of restaurants have thousands of people a day, right? But let's say you've got 100 people a day, and so you have to lay off some of your employees when you're down to now 10 a day. Okay, so then it goes on for months and months, right? And you no longer have it. You're using your savings in order to keep your current employees employed so that you can try to weather out the storm. And you don't. And you fold. You go under. Now, so that could happen in months for, some places. And because a lot of people still haven't gotten money. But yet, I read a news article about a district near, a hotel chain in a town in upstate New York that had like 5 different Golden Corrals. And then they had, I think, over about 3 different small towns. Well, small towns like Saratoga Springs, New York. That kind of the size of a town. And that the bank that had the money, I don't know how this happened, that $2 million from the CARES Act in it had a lawsuit against the person that ran those 5 Golden Corral businesses. That but what that showed me was that $2 million was going to 5 businesses. When I heard another report, I think associated with Vermont, that was indicating that some of the small restaurant businesses were going to get like $3,500 or something. Something like that, like under 5,000, I think it was, for sure. And some people are paying $1,000 a month for their rent of a restaurant. No, I don't really know for certain that they're paying that, but I mean, you pay that much for houses. For mortgages or whatever, leases. So, and those people aren't going to come back when you only allow them to have 50% occupancy. In Albany, I believe that's the case. But in New York, I think it's still 25% occupancy. So, but the Golden Corrals, they're going to survive. And I heard Craig Lewis say earlier tonight, that the corporations were getting the bulk of the help. And I've heard Jimmy Dore say that, and I've heard other people say that I listen to. When I say listen to, I'm talking about people that I pay attention to, what their live streams they're doing or the videos they're making. So, I mean, there are so many signs of how so much has been manipulated. And that the people are being herded. And, it's like, and the mask becomes the obeyance of that, even though the mask can have some value at certain times in some places for certain people. All those qualifications have to be in there before it makes any sense to restrict your oxygen flow, even in little ways. People get headaches. Been a lot of reports of headaches that they've seen, like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said that he would take off his mask and his headache would go away. He would put the mask back on and he would get a slight headache again. Well, that makes sense because when air goes through our nostrils, it goes to the brain. It's a reason why that goes right to the brain as opposed to into the lungs. But now in the restaurants in the north part of New York, they're allowing music as long as anybody who's sitting down doesn't have to wear a mask, and everybody who's standing up or walking someplace is supposed to wear a mask. That's the rule. I mean, it's so like they've got to have rules because a whole bunch of people, they don't want to take the time to research and sort through the pluses and minuses or take a chance that they might get the virus. And so they'd rather go along with those measures. And I understand that. I know in some circumstances I will put a mask on, I mean, I do it all the time. I did it tonight. I went to an open mic at a church. And I went there intending to leave, telling them that I believe I have evidence that Jesus came back. That was the main thing I wanted to leave saying. But then when I got there, and there were a bunch of kids in the audience, and I just chickened out. But I got invited back. And I did leave them a few thoughts that I thought were positive ways of dealing with what we're all potentially dealing with. And now that many of us have gotten used to. And so we're doing a live stream. So Boeing's laying people off even though they got CARES money. And a ton of money is going into developing spacecrafts to send up, make a spacecraft every week by Elon Musk. He's doing that in Boca Raton, Florida, building a facility that can build spacecrafts that fast. They want to get off the planet. That's what Doe said. People tell me that nothing that T and Doe said came true. Well, he said that the number one thing that Lucifer wants to do is get off the planet. And now we've got this rush for space, right? To build spacecrafts by the hundreds to go to Mars, where a rover is about to land. I mean, the next, I don't know, might be a while. But it's on the way there. Another one. I don't know how many rovers they've got up there already. All the different countries that have put rovers and satellites around Mars. There's a lot. But China, Russia, United States, the European Space Agency, India. I don't know if India has something going around India, around Mars. And Elon Musk said when he gets there, he's going to establish his own. Maybe it's not him that said it, but somebody like him has said it. He's going to have the right to wherever he lands. And he's working for the United States. He's not like a private enterprise. He's being funded by the United States in addition to his funds. They just want to do it through the private sector because then they don't have to be accountable for anything. And if things go wrong, they don't have to be seen as having sacrificed their people and, having people, say that went wrong because of this reason and that reason that you weren't thorough about and you should be penalized for it and fined for it. Well, they still might fine them for the problems that they have. But right now they're trying to do almost everything robotically. Because they've said that there's tunnels underneath Mars and Mercury. But did they say Venus also had tunnels? So they know they can automatically go there and escape the high heat from Mars and maybe even use it with solar technology to provide them with a lot of power. Because what they're going to do is they're sending up a spacecraft that can actually create an energy facility on Mars before they send more spacecrafts that can do other things. Digging, building things. So people that go into the areas that require that kind of programming and engineering skills and all that probably have a lifetime of work. But they may, but that doesn't mean that they're gonna not have ramifications to that. Because nobody's going to escape. One of my friends says that, who doesn't believe in T and Doe necessarily, but says nobody's getting out of here alive, and I believe that. I wouldn't say it as nobody, because it's always possible that the next level could take a physical vehicle with them, but it's not going to be someone that. Just anyone. It's going to be someone that has shown them that they've overcome their humanness, I think. Well, unless they take the vehicle, but they don't tell anybody about it. But I don't know why they would want a vehicle. T&O used to say that all the time. That they didn't think the next level would take us with our vehicles sometimes because they don't know what the next level would need our vehicles for. Even though Doe wanted to cover his bets, and they would have preferred to go that way, they said, than to lay down by their own hand, and but he prepared, a travel bag with the passports in it and some money, and the money was the $5.75 that just so happens to be that Mark Twain in the story that Samuel Clemens wrote, where he was Mark Twain, was the price to ride the tail of the comet to heaven was $5.75. Now that's been disputed by some people that are Mark Twain scholars. But to me it sounds like, okay, so let's say it wasn't $5.75. The movie was about riding the tail of a comet to heaven. So that's a huge sign, a marker, clue, observation that such a thing is actually possible. That there could be a spacecraft in the tail of a comet. And where did Mark Twain get that idea? Well, a combination of ways. Next level directly, or the Luciferian space aliens could have tried to steal his soul if the next level had put a soul in that vehicle. And or in some other way, anybody that's attracting a lot of attention attracts the attention of Luciferian space aliens' souls. And because they can use that person to influence a lot of people towards the agendas that they want to influence them, so that they get to try to leave the planet and also try to live forever, find the fountain of youth, and also try to, which is what the medical community is trying to do, by trying to find solutions to viruses and things. That becomes practical, not just like a fairy tale kind of thing, like, we've seen from Gulliver's Travels or whatever other science fiction movies we've seen about that kind of thing. But the search for the fountain of youth was, I think, related to the Knights of the Round Table in the Crusades, right? Maybe I got that wrong, but that's how I remember it. But and I know they're hoping to try to get a vaccine that can work against all viruses. So maybe they did insert a sequence of another virus into it, even though there's some debate about that. There's going to be debate about everything. So that's fine. But the fact that one scientist felt like he saw the HIV, and he was a Nobel Prize winner that identified HIV years before that, and he felt like he saw that in the SARS-CoV-2 virus that China gave to the WHO to study, that he had access to, may be true. He actually finished the thought without losing track of it, because I didn't go too far down into sidelines. That's what happens. I lose my focus. Yes, Kathy Southwestern showed me a picture of a little book that said focusing on the front page. And the book was open to the front page, so I could see that it was a small little 3.5, 3-inch by 5-inch. No, wait. 3.5 by 5? Yeah. Little notebook that had like a plastic binding on it. And it was black. The cover was black. and it had the three initials of each of the class members in it on the front, kind of in maybe a gold color, and so mine said SWY on it, uh, but Pam Odie, I don't know if she gave me hers or she gave me a. If she gave me hers, then I should still have it. I've got a box full of, some different things, but um, Jay Pollock says, I appreciate when you ramble or get sidetracked. We usually get great stories out of it. Good, I'm glad it works for you. And I know that it's not automatically a negative. Some people make it into a negative. It's the way I am, and Jeff agrees with that. And Booster says, I appreciate how the class got the information out there for people to consider, but they didn't pressure people like Christians do. That's right. That's right. When we went around, the first instruction we got was, Doe didn't actually say what to say. He just said you're going to go around and test the churches by asking for your needs. So heck, that's an example of what anybody could do now. But see, but the object wasn't to just live that way. Because we also offered service in 1994 when we did that. We started with money in 1994, and then after a couple of months we ran out of money. So Doe asked us if we wanted to continue, and the response that the overseers gave him was, "If you want us to, and if you think it'd be good, we want to do it." And so we did. And then when we held the meetings, we would make posters and put them on bulletin boards and health food stores or New Age shops or whatever they were, video store, whatever it was where there was people that could see it, co-ops, because there were a lot of co-ops in I remember Boulder at the time, where I did my first going around in the town, putting up posters on telephone poles and things. Like I said, and going in and asking people, can we, do you have a bulletin board where we can post this, or can I put this in your window? And most of them I put in the windows. At that time, nobody was against it. And some places had the windows full with all kinds of posters. So we would put up our UFO poster, and then when we came, if we showed them what we had to advertise, we told them we were advertising a meeting, And if they wanted to see the poster, we just showed them the poster, of course. And if they had questions about it, and it said UFOs on it, in big letters and everything, uh, um, then we would talk with them about it. But we wouldn't talk a lot about it unless they kept on asking questions. And but we would generally try to say a little bit about that it's new information about the level above human or the kingdom of God, things like that, to try to relate to different people that have different ways of thinking and that can be open-minded still in those forms of thinking, to not disqualify one another. There are people that are staunch atheists as much as there are people that are staunch fundamentalists, you might want to call them, that say that you can only believe the Bible and the book of Revelations is the end of it. So even having another interpretation of a different word within that material was blasphemy. So, they go way to the extreme of what's really happening, and when they do that, they generate people that see that as ridiculous. And so then Jesus becomes ridiculous because it becomes the facsimile of Jesus, the make-believe Jesus. And it's ironic. Then you got people saying that all the information is a story that was made up to control people, and that's exactly what's happened. That story was that the truth was made into a story that no longer resembled anything that he taught, and so and people are glued to that story. You couldn't make this up. You couldn't come up with the truth is so unbelievably believable. Last drop of water in this container. I gotta go get some more. I'm gonna talk more. Let me do that if you don't mind. Take a break for a minute. So down there doesn't believe that about Christmas and people being arrested for celebrating Christmas. Now, how about this other one? For anybody that's from France or knows about France, they say that there's over 300 miles of traffic jam leaving Paris. When I heard that, part of me thought also, really? So that means how many towns is that going through? But then, how many roads? Well, I guess if people want to get far enough away to get to certain mountainous areas, maybe, to look for property to buy, they're going to keep on, so I don't know. That may be happening. I don't doubt that, 'cause I know that for a fact that there are families coming up from New York City to live in Vermont. And a lot of times they're people that used to live in Vermont or were raised in Vermont but left and wanted to come back. Or they had second homes that they decided to make their primary home. Well, Jesus said, when you see the abomination of that makes for desolation, in other words, destruction, abomination meaning behaviors and ways that are, lies and deceit is abomination. Manipulation of people is abomination. Taking away people's choices is an abomination to the next level. Forcing them to do anything. Even locking up people for life because they were violent and even killed somebody isn't well, they just said there were other ways of controlling and dealing with a person that was violent, prone to violence. So they might have to be in a home of some sort, but it doesn't have to. They don't have to be treated inhumanely. Because they can change. See, that's the thing. That's why we can't judge people. We can judge the behavior. We can, it's wrong to harm somebody, somebody else, or ourselves. When our task is to stand for T and Do and choose to adopt whatever behaviors and ways that they were teaching that we want to, whenever that takes place, to whatever degrees. That's what we all need to have the right to do. And so we need healthy vehicles for that. So that's where the transfiguration comes from. Comes around. But longevity alone by itself is not necessarily a positive to the next level, because if it's not longevity for the next level's sake, then the degree that we might be of savable value to the next level might be compromised. Now, we can't judge, anybody else, even ourselves, in that regard. What we can do is do the best we can with our circumstances. And if we try to overcome certain things and it doesn't develop, it doesn't, we don't have success with it, that's not the end. We can keep on trying. And asking the next level for help is the key to that. And of course, our vehicles don't want us to ask the next level for help, because our vehicles don't want to change anything really much, unless it's a change that the vehicles could enjoy. And it's not that there's anything wrong with having joy or having fun or having you know all kinds of different interests and hobbies and things. It's that it's all part of the human experience. But we can be standing for T and Do the whole time, in whatever little ways or big ways that we choose to. And but if we get to a place to where we're not increasing that service, then and we're not asking the next level to help us increase it, help to see the ways that they can increase it, then we're just not going to grow as fast as we otherwise could to take advantage of our lives with these vehicles. And so I have an example of that happened to me tonight, to where I was watching this event at this church. It was an open mic, and I got right down to the wire of not really wanting to go because it was an hour and a half away, and I was going to end up playing music for 10 minutes, and I would get there so late I wouldn't be able to sign up first, and so so I was about to say no, and I was actually asking the next level to help me, and I didn't get any sense of yes or no. And then I decided to keep on going in that direction. In other words, packing up my gear and putting it in the car and taking a shower and things like that. And with that on my mind, and then in the course of doing that, a couple thoughts became very clear. That I said that I wanted to do more. I did express that to Tiendo, and to help me do more, and so somebody invited me to do something that I can do fairly well, and so that can be an interface with other people. And it was in a church. And so I did it. Okay, now that wasn't a hard thing for me to do. Not at all. But it was just a little tiny thing that that shows that it can be a hard thing still. Because it's much more comfortable for me to just investigate stuff on the internet, respond to people that are leaving comments in different places, and look at things that are interesting, and more or less even maybe be wasting some of my time. Get tired, do something else, fix a harmonica, because I only have so much energy, and which is diminished, I think, how much time I actually put into trying to do the task of standing for T and Do that we all have the potential task to do. It's not judged by like a day list of how many, or minutes or hours. We don't judge it at all, but we can always increase it. Increasing it isn't just for increasing's sake, but it's because that's the way the members of the next level operate. That's the way they think. So you're actually taking on some more of that vibration from their minds. And by doing it more, you're also growing your mind muscle. And because you're being faced with things as a result of that, like Kathy Southwestern talked about, how she's an Uber driver, and so she's been sharing things with people that become her customers, and but not only that, but with her family members, and her vehicle's daughter, to where they're telling her, to kind of be quiet about talking about cults and things like that. And so they're just like putting a squash on it. Well, they say that a prophet is not honorable except in their no, a prophet is not without honor except in their own family. And prophet doesn't mean like you're foretelling the future. But I mean, people can voice prophecy now by telling the future if it's something that T&O said was going to happen, like the recycling. But when that's going to happen, we don't know. But but it might be very soon. But there's no sense getting all worried about it because that doesn't accomplish anything. But to be worried about it a little bit is a good thing. If it helps us get off our butts, and to, investigate it more or see what T&O had to say and stimulate more thirst from us, because we can get lackadaisical. That's part of, that's what another thing to, I guess I said enough about that. Maybe too much. So we get what we believe. I started off talking about that this live stream, and I'm seeing that being manifest in so many ways. To where people that believe that humans are causing global warming and climate change, and even weather events, and even earthquakes, and even volcanic eruptions and hurricanes and everything under the sun. You could say that there can be evidence that humans are doing some of that, but so much of that is based on this much of a tiny bit of human enabling, and like 99,000 to 1 kind of thing, relationship of the thing, what the next level's doing in those regards. I hope I don't look like Bill Gates saying that. I'm just trying to, with my eye, and everybody in the planet's got to be vaccinated before the lockdowns can end. Everybody in the planet. I saw the video of him saying that. Anybody's would listen to that person and think that there was anything truly good coming out of that. But so there's people that believe that 100%, and I'm not putting them down, because I believed it also 100%. Well, 100% is a stupid thing to say, because anybody who says that about anything just doesn't know what they don't believe yet. They don't know what they don't know. We can know what we don't know, because that's what T and No taught that they felt. They knew. They knew what they knew. They said we know what we know, and we know what we don't know, and we know where to go to learn what we don't know. But that didn't mean when they sought to learn what they didn't know that they wanted to know about, that they always received that information to know what they don't know. That's the way it was with the subject of souls for a long time. For a long time, the only evidence that we had that they were physical was Doe would describe them as being a pocket or like a pillowcase. But there was 1994 where he compared a soul to a plasma. Said it was like made out of plasma. Which is what they say that comes from the sun. Isn't it interesting that the word in the Latin for sun is S-O-L, soul? That might not be an accident. The next level could have stimulated that. Or it could have developed in directly or indirectly, they could have stimulated it. Anyway, so let me go back to the chat room. Dial Nerd says, yes, it's got cold now for me. It's crazy. I feel like I got soft. Oh, right. Yeah, it does, right? But then you get used to it again, right? This is the first really, really cold day we've had. But we had a few days that were in the high 30s. Almost a week of that, actually. Just recently. So that got me used to it to some degree. And then Diner says, Christmas, nah, I don't believe that. But I know the UK is going back into lockdown for 4 weeks. How did they come up with 4 weeks? Nerd says, I'll tell you what, though, this whole shit show has changed the way business works in this country. It used to be, even if you are sick, come to work. Now, are you sick? Stay home. That's right. I know that's the case. And I mean, I haven't experienced it the way you've experienced it in your job, I suppose you're referring to, and your profession. But I know that from school. That we sent the kids with runny noses all the time to school. That was normal because I substituted in the schools. I was an instructional aide. Sometimes they would assign me somebody that was having a hard time learning a subject to help them with that subject. And then I was also a substitute teacher a few times. And for all different grades and ages, and kindergarten to eighth or ninth grade. Or even above that, actually. But, so, you know, but I guess maybe that's good, if the loans are paying you for it, right? You get a day off. Bill Gates is the angel of death, says Booser. He's not alone. He's becoming one of them. Yep, he's becoming the instrument of one of them. I know if we were to look back on this time, if much of civilization is preserved in some way, you know, think even hundreds of years from now or thousands of years from now, I don't know what it will be, but he would probably be one of the names in the book, in the history book that people would call with that kind of a name. But he's not necessarily conscious of that, so we're not judging his soul. We're not judging his mind, his spirit, necessarily, because we don't know what he's up against. We don't know the way he was up. He was brought up to be like that. And like Jesus said, forgive them for they know not what they do. So we can't look down on somebody. We can feel sad, I think, that they don't see more of the truth, and we could hope for them that they could wake up more. But then we might not see them waking up because we only see, how much do we see of someone like Bill Gates? We just see whatever talks he's giving. That whenever we see a little bit of video footage from them, but. But I fairly often, every month I see something from him that's current or current enough to where, he's all about, socially distance, wear your masks, and wait for the vaccine. There's so much more he could be saying. Now, people might not be focusing on that. And he might be talking about those things, but no, he's not. He's not. I'm talking about things like natural foods, like using vitamin C and vitamin D3 and or was it vitamin D3 and even zinc potentially and Diendo had us use vitamins at one point, even though they knew that a lot of them, depending on how they were stored and how they were made, or will mostly come out in the urine. And you would see different colors, like, of your urine from taking different vitamins. Because we took handfuls of vitamins and herbs, and garlic in capsules and that was after T left her vehicle. Godot said that she didn't need to go through that. But we did. That helped us become more flexible with our eating habits. What they call likes and dislikes. They wanted to help us eliminate our likes and dislikes to where that, we couldn't stand them, or we loved them so much we couldn't stop eating them, related to sugar or salty things or fats, fatty things, or dairy or whatever it was, meats, whatever it was. We can have such strong cravings for those things that that being without them can feel, we can be depressed, or we can, just feel like we got to jump through hoops to have that item, when there's other items that we could have that might even be better for us to eat. than some other items. I'm not saying that those items are bad to eat, meats and things. They're not, but the way they're grown, they can be pretty filled with laden with toxins, and the body does have a harder time digesting heavy proteins. Tiendo called them heavy proteins, and it takes longer. And so in order to, as we get older, we tend to become more sensitive sometimes to things like that, to digestion times, and we can have aches and pains inside our body, dealing with things and gas and, all that stuff that we can have at any age pretty much. But it seems like as the vehicle gets older, they're more prone to more problems. That's been my experience. And so then it becomes more beneficial to try to do things in ways that remove those problems. And so, like an example that I had is I had a strong reaction, not strong, but I had a pain in my gut on my left side that was there all the time, and it would come and go in intensity. Never got real bad, but it was enough to it was distracting. And I was always massaging my side, and so I ended up just having the idea of not eating peanut butter, and it ended up going away. And so now I don't know if that happened because at the time I was going to the dentist quite a bit and to get work done, and my dentist insisted that I take pills that were antibiotics, because I reported to him, as he asked, honestly, that I had a heart murmur, and he didn't want to take a chance that some bacteria would get into my heart and causing me to have a heart attack while while I was on the stool, in the dentist chair. And so, because those antibiotics are broad range antibiotics most of the time. Now maybe they've been able to limit them in some ways to target specific bacteria that could do something like that with the sun in the heart. But from my research on antibiotics, that I'm not saying is current, it goes back like 20 years. A lot of them are broad range, so they kill everything, and they're also killing the good bacteria that are in they call them friendly fauna, and there's a bunch of them, and there are different products that provide you back with them, and that's the kind of health business that I was in. That one of the products was acidophilus, another one was called bifidus, and bifidus has like 7 different kinds of bacteria that are necessary, they say, to proper digestion, that you get from fermented foods and you get from other things. But they can get depleted especially when we're taking antibiotics. And that's so the better thing to do would be, I think, to use garlic as an antibiotic or honey as an antibiotic, although you got to use them gingerly, or you could have other problems from them. But all right. So I'm going to go to Dire Nerd again in the chat room if you're still around. Oh, I also started sleeping in a hammock again, like when I lived on my boat. Man, it's great. Oh, that's right. I remember you had a boat. I think it was quite a big boat, wasn't it? Because I remember you were talking about, you know, wanting to sell it, and you might have even said that you would be willing to give it away. Because I don't know. I started to think, wow, wouldn't it be great to have a boat? You know, if you know if we had a big problem if I was living, uh, again, I don't know where I was living at the time, but I had family that was still living on Long Island at the time, so I thought I would think, well, if I had to evacuate them, how good would it be to have a boat, right? Well, my vehicle's brother had a boat for a long time, so. I like boats. Live off of fish, you know. Hopefully they're, you know, I mean, I know the fish on some of the lakes around where I live, they've sometimes had fish with two heads, and they're getting filled up with milfoil, which is a type of algae that's toxic algae to humans, because the people are living right on the sides of the lake, and so their sewage is eventually getting into the lake. Yeah, speaking about being sick, now what they're doing is when you take a trip, like on an airplane, they're going to take your temperature before and after. Well, at least that's not invasive, right? But what happens if they take your temperature and the my device malfunctions or the battery is getting low on it? I guess then it says low battery, and so they wouldn't be able to take it. Maybe that's a good way. Taking your temperature and uh, but what if it's somebody that you don't want to come into your country? Because you know their history, and then you can just adjust the dial on your little temperature gauge, right? And say, oh, you can't get off the plane, or you can't get on the plane. And then they don't have to deal with, and they can say, well, you have asymptomatic, I guess, because you're not showing any symptoms. And, there are things like that happening in the world. But maybe overall, maybe it's a good thing to be able to take people's temperatures. Then Booster says, Hunter Biden seems like a Luciferian to me. He's obsessed with earthbound power, money, and pleasures of the flesh, sex, and drugs. So have any followers of Lucifer tried to recruit you? Well, see, when we talk about Lucifer, the thing that Tiendo revealed to us was that we're all under the influence of Luciferian fallen angels, souls. Because even the idea of that the purpose of humans is to reproduce and have families and learn different skills and and be of service to one another and be humanitarian, and which there are those purposes in the sense that that's the way humans are, but that's not the ultimate purpose of the human kingdom. According to Tienda, the ultimate purpose of the human kingdom is to step up into membership in the next evolutionary level above human, because humans can only go so far in their evolution without being lifted into the next level by members coming to take human form and teach us of what their characteristics are, so that they can literally take us onto a spacecraft to be of service there. So then everything except for Tiendo. Now, it doesn't mean that there's not good things about that misinformation. I mean, looking at that whole picture, within that, there's good things and there's not so good things. Like for instance, taking control of your vehicle is a good thing, so that your vehicle isn't getting away with doing things that you don't think are beneficial for the vehicle to do anymore. People that quit smoking are in that category. People that get off of drugs as an addiction, or even if it's a prescription drug, that they're kind of addicted to or have a strong habit to, and they don't want to be on that drug anymore because it's got side effects. It affects the kidneys. You get kidney disease and liver disease a lot of times because the liver filters the blood, and the kidneys filter the fluids, the waters of the body. And or in the food, the liquids that come in the foods, and what we drink, of course. But but then on the level of okay, so yes, the vehicles of the rich and famous are used by the Luciferian space alien fallen angel souls more than they use other vehicles, because they have influence over a lot of people. So in that context, you can say that about Hunter Biden, but we can't judge him as being that way all the time, and we don't know whether he regrets a lot of the things he's doing, and whether he's asked the next level in his own way for help to not do those things that he realizes that are not from the kingdom of God, if he believes in the kingdom of God. A lot of people, of course, that get into his position, that gets kind of bred out of them, to where they think that there is nothing else, or that the space aliens are the hierarchy of the planet, or that spiritual awareness is the, and that we're actually free for the first time after we die. A lot of people believe that. And that when we die, we'll be able to travel to different planets and even help humans by, and they do. Sometimes they do travel. I don't know about travel to different planets, but help humans they sometimes do. Because the next level designed it so that the humans that had experiences in different ways, they tend to stay with their families that they grow up with. And so then you've got them being guardian angels to the grandchildren and the children and grandchildren and things like that. and then that gives people experience when they see that happening. And they, like my vehicle's cousin, um, who was 7 when I met her, when Tiando sent us back for a visit with Vehicle's family if we wanted to do it. It was an option, but I think it was kind of encouraged, unless you had nobody to visit with, that you could try to help calm their anxiety. That was the task for going back to visit with families, is to try to reduce their anxiety about our departure from them, or just being out of their lives, and or any attachments that we might have had with, because of the attachments that they had with us. Anyway, so when I met my niece, my vehicle's niece, and she was 7 at the time, and what was the example I was bringing up? Oh, she said that she saw my vehicle's dad, who was her grandfather, who she really helped raise her a lot, because they were living in the same house with my vehicle's sister, who birthed her, who had died from a massive heart attack while I was in the classroom, and saw him mowing the lawn. Now, whether she saw him as a, she could have imagined him, but it could have also been him. The reason why she was imagining him could have been because she was feeling missing him. And so by missing him, she was sending a signal to him that he could interface with, so that she could feel the love that she had for him. And in that way, they were having a communication. That's not far from the truth. And it just so happens that regarding my vehicle's dad and his dying while I was in the classroom, that I had a dream approximately 6 months before he died, before he had the heart attack. And in that dream, so I just felt a little twinge in my area of my heart when I was talking about this. I wonder if I was drawing to myself him by remembering about him. Maybe that sends a signal to him, to that discarnate, to come to me. And by coming close to me, I am feeling a little bit of the of his mind that contains what his vehicle experienced and what happened to him while he was in that vehicle. That's the way Tiando taught things happened between spirits and existing human vehicles. And there's evidence in science in that, well, science of observation, that part of science, the observation of people's experiences, to where people that were in the war and lost a leg said they still felt like their leg was there, but they couldn't see it anymore. See, that's because the mind was programmed for that leg to be there, but also the mind that was associated with that flesh of that leg might still very well be there, because the whole spirit didn't leave the body because the body decayed. But as far as Hunter Biden's pleasures and things like that, that's um, we all have degrees of that to deal with. We all have addictions. So, and he may be in big trouble if because they say that there were some photographs on that laptop that showed him having sex with people that looked like they were underage. Now, you know, uh, you know, if they were like, the implication was that that happened in China when I heard that report. Now I don't know if that report was true, and I don't know that it's not easy to tell if somebody's underage from a photograph, um, because people have all kinds of different body development and also all kinds of. I mean, but there is definitely a point to where it's very obvious they're under. Uh, they're in their 10 or 9 or 8 or 7 or whatever that is. So if it's with somebody that young, well, he's gonna that's gonna be on his. They have that over him. Somebody might have that over him. Because, see, it's not unlikely that that's true, because these people that are dealing with millions of dollars and kinds of secrets and things, even though they give the excuse of, the plausible deniability. That's what Joe Biden's brother, is his name Peter Biden? Maybe I don't get his name right, said to Bobolinsky, according to Bobolinsky, that's supposedly verified. Well, the conversations are verified, and the fact that Bobolinsky the premise that Bobolinsky had a relationship with Biden while they were in China, while Biden was vice president, to where they had some conversations, to where in one of those meetings that they had, Bobolinsky said that he asked him. He said, how can you talk about doing all these deals and things when they could all be affecting your political career or your financial career, and he said, in the future, and Peter, if that was his first name, Peter Biden said plausible deniability, which is just a shortcut way of saying that you just lie about it. And Biden's been caught in a number of lies, so lies is just normal. Because you can deny, or you can just say that was a mistake. Biden's even said that, I think, about some of the things he said, that I was wrong. I didn't. I misremembered it. A lot of times they'll say it like that. I just didn't. I exaggerated when he said that he had like 3 degrees. He had exaggerated that. And that he was like the top of his class when he was like 65 out of 73 by one report in that class that he went to in law school or wherever it was. Anyway, so the Democrats made a big deal out of all the lies that Trump is telling, but Trump tells lies that seem to be like almost like he's wanting to, he's playing with the Democrats, the liberals, even though you can't really use those terms anymore, liberal, to to define somebody anymore. But and conservative, those kind of don't mean that much anymore, and that's fine because they're just it's all human categorization because people aren't liberals or conservatives unless they choose to be. If that's what they believe and they believe this list of things makes them a conservative, then they get what they believe. They become what they believe. They don't even think outside that box. and so when they read something, when they see something on TV, they filter what's coming to them by what they believe. So they're automatically going to categorize something that challenges that as, well, that's a conspiracy theory, or that's that's not true, that's a misinterpretation, or that was made up as propaganda, that was made up by the left or made up by the right in order to win the election, and all those things happen. All those things happen. It's all totally true. But at the same time as those things are happening, they're also shaping people's thinking. It becomes brainwashing, the true brainwashing. When you repeat something over and over again and nothing changes, it's insanity, according to Einstein. And that's what we're seeing with COVID. They're repeating the same things over and over again, and nothing's changing. And that's because people are getting the virus, probably, or their immune systems are breaking down, or for all different reasons, and that puts them to the test. Of who they're going to look to for help with it. No matter with the right or left, it doesn't matter, or in between, or some other country, right or left, or whatever it is. That's the benefit. That's why these plagues and things, they were called plagues in the old days, but they're calamities. Is the same word that's used. They're difficulties. They're very big challenges. They're things that do promote sickness and death, and uprooting of our homes, and the lower forces are stimulating those things. So in a sense, if you look at all those things as being spading, like you spade a garden, you turn it upside down. So when you take away someone's house because you say that the financial instrument was traded to somebody and traded to somebody else and traded to somebody else, and they don't want, and you lost your job, and so you can't pay for it, and so you can't live here anymore, so we foreclose on you, or the loan that you got, the interest rate's going to change so much that you can't afford it anymore. That's what happened to a lot of people. I know some facts about that. Some people I talked to from West Virginia that said that they sold a lot of homes around that in the 2000s and maybe before that for a very low interest rate, to where they had to pay very little money. They could afford it with the existing job that they had. And then sometime later, I don't know how much time, something would happen and they would raise the interest rate. Maybe the Fed did it. Maybe the Fed adjusted the interest rate, so all the banks adjusted their interest rates for borrowing for all those loans because it wasn't a fixed rate. Because a lot of those loans were, they had no collateral for them. And so they weren't fixed rate loans. And so those people all were basically sucked into places that they could afford at the time, but then they changed it and now they couldn't afford it anymore. And so then all that money goes back on their books as assets. And that basically increases their stock prices, their stock value, and increases the value of the bundles of those properties. You think they're still doing those kind of things? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. They're certainly not going to tell anybody about it. And they won't get caught doing it unless there's reasons to want to have another stock market crash so that they can make tons of money off the puts and the takes. Is that what it is? Puts and takes? That they buy, gambling on whether stocks are going to go up and down. It doesn't matter. You can make money on the stocks going down as well as you can make money as the stock's going up. It just depends on what you bet on. And nowadays they can make that happen. They can easily make that happen by different events where they see the market go up and down for certain stocks. And in that way they can make tons of money. Now, some of those ways are illegal, but if they don't prosecute anybody for anything, then, but even if they get caught, you know, because there's some people in government that are watching those kind of things, you know. And so how do you control everybody that has actually a conscience about their job and wants to do their job right, to limit people from doing insider trading is what they call it, right? So what they do is then they get caught, so fine, they get caught, and the people that were making the money from it, no big deal. They just hire a lawyer, and then they try to fight it for a while, and then if they lose the case, they appeal it, and carry it on for years and years and years. People forget things, and records get lost, and sometimes they get away with it, and sometimes then they get fined, like happened to J.P. Morgan, Chase Manhattan Bank. They got fined for millions of dollars, but they made billions and who knows how much in the process. So paying a fine of millions of dollars is nothing, and who knows if the fine even ends up what it goes to. But the government can just take that and put it into their black budget programs. There's no oversight on that. They're only taking programs away from, like Trump took food stamps away from the people. Well, you could say, well, that's a positive because if they get used to handouts from the government, then they're not going to be ready for dealing when the government takes away all the handouts. Well, we don't know that the government's going to get to a point to where all the handouts are taken away. And they're not really handouts. When we pay taxes, we pay sales taxes, we pay oil and gas taxes for heating oil and for all that, and we pay fees galore. I just paid $55 to have my car inspected. It didn't need to be inspected. I just had a brake job done on it, and so it's safe to drive. They inspected the front end when they do that, and I just had something else done to it that also would have been part of. I don't hear any grinding sounds or anything, So technically, I should be able to use that receipt from my brake job as proof of inspection, because that's one of the major things that they check. So but then again, the mechanic that I've been using for a while, I like him and I trust him, and I don't mind. As long as I have the money, paying him for that, and then keeping the the police off my back. Not that I'm doing anything wrong, but I don't want to be stopped for any reason. But all right, let me move on in the chat room. Booster says, Sawyer, have any followers of Lucifer tried to recruit you? Oh, yeah, I read that before, but, well, yes. Yes, they have. Right away after I left the classroom, I started playing music again, and I ended up, about a year later, playing as one of the acts that was booked. I wasn't paid. It was for a little tiny festival. A bunch of somebody that put a bunch of acts together at a park. Okay, and so I went there, and I remember playing mostly drums and a little bit of flute, and I had somebody else play my drums so I could play flute with them a little bit. And I remember saying some things over the microphone about how we can all live together in peace on the planet. And this was like 1995 or 6, and or even 7, or actually 8 or 9, or 2000 or 2001, because I lived down in that area of New York on Long Island, around in Stony Brook, for about 6 years total. Anyway, so which is where I had a lot of things happening in my dreams and things. But so the reason I'm linking that together with what Diode brought up about that was because the next level doesn't intend for us to have peace on earth. They want us to act peacefully with one another. Kind, generous, tolerant, patient, gentle. Those are all characteristics of the next level members. And that's the way we need to learn to be with other people. And that's why Jesus started talking about that, those characteristics. And so Tiendo didn't have to, because they said that we could believe in everything that Jesus said in the 4 Gospels, because the next level worked very hard to make sure that that information was kept accurate for now, so that we could have access to that information now. So that's how I look at that, as, because what I could have said is, Jesus came back. I believe Jesus came back, and I was with him for 20 years. But I wasn't thinking about I wasn't thinking about being of service to Tiendo at that point. Even though I did talk to people all the time about that, about Tiendo and Heaven's Gate. Well, not that much. I mean, I can think of 2 musicians that I told them what I had been a part of. One of them was a guitarist who was helping me develop music for some of my songs that I wrote. And he ended up being fed up with me because when we had a gig together, I was supposed to sing my own songs, which I was somewhat capable of doing because I'm not a singer, but I can kind of keep it within a range that sounds okay with it, and so he was helping me work them out. But then when we had a gig, I choked. I couldn't sing those songs, and that's happened to me so many times, where I just don't want to sing any of those songs because some of them are doomsday-ish, and some of them are talking about tea and dough directly, and the influences just jump on you like crazy. They don't want you talking about that stuff like they did to me tonight. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe yes, maybe no. I don't know. But we'll see, because there's another event coming up in November at that same location, and I was invited to come back, and so maybe I'll have the guts to say something about it then. I don't know if it's guts or, I tend to think it's guts, to be honest with you. I'm not going to try to make excuses for myself. Because it doesn't matter to me if I lose that open mic. I'm not trying to make a career in music. I'm not even trying to make money with it. I do make some money on occasion, but I hardly make much anymore, especially since COVID, when the restaurants and bars were closed, so the people weren't going out, and so there was no sense going to the streets to play music when the police might harass me. Not that I worry about that, because if they want me to leave, I'll leave, of course. But I didn't want to be at the time in the summer when I had the opportunities to do that street music to make some money. I did do some of it, but maybe 4 times. There are stories that I knew from people that I knew that people were being pulled over with out of state plates because they wanted them to quarantine for 2 weeks before they went anywhere in another state, and all kinds of things were happening where people were being pulled over and related to COVID. And told there were curfews, so if you were driving on the highway too late, they would pull you over and ask you where you were going and what you were doing. I know somebody that told me that this happened to them, and so that basically you weren't free. You had to go home, or you might risk if they report you, and they gave you that warning that they would give you a ticket. I know somebody that got a ticket, I think a sizable ticket, hundreds of dollars, for refusing to wear a mask in a Stewart's. Stewart's is very big in New York area, upstate New York, for like a convenience store like 7-Eleven. But, gasoline also. So, because the owner, told him he had to wear a mask, and it just so happens that Stewart's was across the street from a police station. So the police came over to him and fined him. Now, I don't know if he ended up paying that fine or if he got out of it, but at least they showed that they were going to uphold that, so it made it difficult on him. But if he got a lawyer, maybe he could have proved that they actually had no law, the right to do that, because a lot of times they don't have the right to do that. I mean, there is an emergency law on the books that in a lot of places to where they can, but then some places they don't have that. But who wants to start a fight, right? I don't want to start a fight, not over a mask. I don't think it's not smothering me. But I did get a sore throat from it a number of times. And did get some upset stomach, a little nauseous feeling several times. I know other people that talked about getting headaches. Okay, so I think I'm coming to a close. No 5 hours tonight. Oh, you met Gates once, Jay Pollock, at the Toronto Film Festival? He couldn't have been nicer. Oh, I don't doubt that. I'm not saying he's an evil person, but the way he's acting towards, but Tino said that Lucifer was very nice. People would like him. And he also likes order. He likes to have order in his world, in his environment, in his kingdom. He's been allowed to have control over this kingdom. But, I mean, if he's the biggest contributor to the WHO, which is the United Nations World Health Organization. That's from the United Nations, right? And the United States was almost an equal contributor with him. Or maybe the United States was even bigger than him. And he became a bigger contributor to the WHO. Now, we know that from Robert F. Kennedy Jr., from his research, which I do trust most of, because I've heard it from other sources as well, similar things, that the WHO, what they do for some countries, and I know examples of 2 countries, one Kenya, one India, one also another country, Botswana maybe? I might have that wrong. Nigeria maybe? Anyway, that they offer money to, and the EMF does this, the IMF does this also, where they give loans to governments that are failing, like they did to Argentina, with such a high interest rate that they can't get out of debt. And then they have requirements for the giving of that money. Now the WHO does it in terms of grants, I think mostly. which they did to Wuhan in China, a bunch of labs in China as well, which Newsweek magazine reported on, that Trump leaked. I say it leaked. When he said that surfaced that Fauci's organization had given 3 point something million dollars to labs in Wuhan. Was one of them. When you got into the details, you found out they were like 6 or 7 labs or something like that in China that were all given different amounts of money to study viruses, and to whatever. They talked a lot about that in that Newsweek magazine article. I don't know where that is now. I probably have a picture of it. But so the project that they were doing in Kenya, I believe it was, or Nigeria, I'm getting mixed up now because I'm also getting tired, said that they were bringing, I've talked about this before in live streams, that the HPV vaccine, which is human papilloma virus or something like that, has to do with a woman's reproductive organs. Having that virus can lead to cancer, they say. I don't doubt that that's possible. So they wanted to test this vaccine on the population. Okay? And so they picked females that were of child rearing age, even very young, even in their mid-teens, as young as that. And that was the deal they made in order to get the money for their health group organization. Of course, now who's going to refuse money, right? All they got to do is sacrifice. They might not think it's even a sacrifice because they might think, it's not going to amount to more than a bump on their arm or something, like a lot of vaccinations do with a lot of people. And so they justify that anyway, right? Saying that it might not be much, and because the people that have the severe responses, it's not that compared to the people that don't have severe responses, you can say are they're sacrificing. It's like human sacrifice. It's collateral damage. That's what the rich and powerful say. That the people that were all sent to D-Day in the first lines, was collateral damage in order to take that beach. You had to wear the enemy out. When they could have done a lot more bombing. Well, there's people that have found a lot of fault with what they were doing after the fact, but who could change it when it was happening? The generals, they come up with it's a game to them. It's a theater. Isn't it interesting how it's called a theater? A war theater? And you go to the theater to be entertained? So the fact that so kids, a lot of people did get cancer after the vaccine was inoculated, and it became a big scandal in Kenya or Nicaragua. not Nicaragua, Nigeria, or maybe even in the Congo. There's something that the United States companies were doing in the Congo, I think, that became a big scandal with health and war. Simulating war is another thing that they do. Why? Because they want the resources. We want your diamonds, we want your nickel mines, we want your whatever, for the different elements that are in different countries. And the polio vaccine over in, and Gates was behind this as well. And Gates is actually a bad word in some of these countries. He's a criminal in some of these countries. I don't think that's false news. I mean, I've seen enough adjacent reporting with this on Democracy Now! Talking about what Dow did in with their chemical industry in India, and how it was a huge scandal that Dow had not dealt with their barrels and barrels of toxic chemicals properly, and had leached into the water supplies, and that people were getting cancer rates were way up, and farmers were killing themselves because they couldn't feed their families anymore. In droves, it was like an epidemic of farmers killing themselves. See, but all we hear about that in the mainstream media is next to nothing. But Democracy Now! At that time, they were broadcasting all these kind of things. And I was listening to them, I was glued to them every morning for an hour. Because they had people on the ground covering these things. Now Democracy Now! Is like a wing of the Democratic Party with their the global warming thing and the New World Order and the Green New Deal, and they're all like pushing for that. At least that's what it appears. There's got to be some people on that staff that are but see, they might be thinking, they might actually switch over. If Biden gets elected, some of them are going to go against Biden then. But at least they got rid of Trump to get a lesser evil in there. A lot of people are thinking that way. And a lot of people are thinking that Biden's going to go away for one reason or another, and that, won't be able to be detected, or it might even be legitimate. It might even be impeached, and then Harris would be president, and a lot of people couldn't be happy with that. Like Hillary Clinton, my understanding is would be very happy with that, and I don't doubt that at all. And the way that Kamala Harris, she laughs like a I mean, I don't want to compare it to a horse. And I've seen horses laugh, and they open their mouth wide, and it's funny. You can tickle them on the belly, and they end up laughing like that and yawning. They like it. All our vehicles are horses, so I'm not putting anybody down by comparing her to a laughing horse. We're all laughing horses. But the way she does it in response to questions, as if it's such an absurd question, and how? Of course, it was a debate. The reason I was calling Biden a racist. Because there was a debate. Ha 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 ha. It was a debate. It's okay in a debate to lie or to nail somebody for something that you don't believe they are because you're in competition with them. That's just business. The business of politics. And that's true. So to her it was absurd to think that meant that she was against Biden. They all know that on the debate stage, they're They're going for the throat to try to win over the other one. That's the deal. That's the game they're playing. And lying is part of that. You try not to get caught in lies, but Trump doesn't even try to get not caught in lies. He says so many things that somebody can see as a lie because it's, it's not really in context. Or he's not saying all he's thinking, or he's actually trying to play with people. And he's trying to sow some seeds of misinformation, because he does that too. Because that's a political thing to do or a business thing to do. I've seen people lie for business. I was working at a company on Long Island in 1990. 6, 7, 8, 9, and for almost 5 years. And I was a senior programmer, and it was for the newspaper industry, and related to the newspaper industry, software. And so I got sent to Boulder, Colorado, to deal with a client with the Rocky Mountain News. And with the problem they were having with our software. And so since I was the specialist on that software, there weren't that many people in the company. I mean, I was the only programmer. Well, I was the second. It was a 2-person office, and then it became a 3-person office. We got like a secretary, and then it became a 4-person office, and then a 5-person office. But that was all after this. Well, no, that was during this at the time, because they were trying to build up to make a public offering that failed, and then they ended up getting rid of me because I made too much money, although the amount of money I earned from the raises I got was up to $70,000 a year, and therefore that looked good to the public offering. So that's why they were eager to give me the raises I asked for, I believe. See, a strategy, but that's not what I'm talking about, is the deceit. But the deceit was that I came back from the Rocky Mountain News, having went there and tried to fix their problems. And while I was there, I told them that there were some of these things that I could fix for them. And so then when I was back, but then they wanted me to come back after I fixed the primary things that I did while I was there. And so I got back, and they told me, I was in a conference call with my boss, who was part owner of the company, who was running the office where I was, where the other boss and the rest of the company, which was more people, was in California, Southern California. And so anyway, so they brought me into the conference call because the people there reminded my boss, and I think there was another person in the room who was hired to be like a supervisor over me, over the programmers that they added to by hiring another guy who I ended up training, and he ended up replacing me. But and they told me it was because of financial reasons, because the public offering went bad, so they lost money, and so they had to cut their budget. So anyway, that's what the bigger owner, told me, and he used me after that as a contractor for a little bit. But anyway, so they called me into the conference room, and I sat there, and I said yes. I remember talking to you about that. And yes, we can fix that. And they didn't say anything at the time, but my boss and I found out from the other boss and the other guy that was there uh, uh, said that I shouldn't have offered that to them. That was wrong to do because they wanted to save that to be something that we would do for them in the future to further justify them paying for their maintenance contract every year. So how many thousands of dollars that was. That's what was keeping the company alive. The maintenance contracts with all the different newspapers around the country that were using that software. So to me, that's a little bit of a dishonesty, but that's called business, and people do it all the time. There's cronyism, there's favors that people do for each other, and Trump is from that world, and so he was using his money within the rules that he could get away with. Although maybe if he isn't the president anymore, maybe they'll go after him. For the amount of taxes that he didn't pay. But see, for them to go after him, they've got to. They only choose to do it when they have a real good objective in store for it, because you never know what's going to come out when you bring it to the courts, and when you have the defense team looking for dirt on people, and even planting dirt on people, and all these things that they do to sexual things to try to get power over other people. That's happening all the time. I'm sure of it. And so you never know who's got what on who. And so it just so happens that it surfaced with Hunter Biden that Joe Biden did know about Hunter Biden's business dealings. That they were using Biden's position as a way to justify giving Ukraine and China support for different things. Maybe even some of that millions of dollars that went through the NIH. NIAID. So the NIH is above the NIAID. So Trump, in a sense, was really, when he was leaking that thing about the money given to Wuhan, was also saying what his government had allowed to happen. Because it comes above the NIH, which is above the NIAID, is the Human Health and Services Department of Human Health and Services, or something like that. And so it all goes back to, right back to the Trump cabinet. How come they didn't know about all this that was happening? So he says, Trump doesn't want it to be shown to have come from a lab in China. But he was so upset, I guess, by not wanting to go along with what Fauci was saying, and what Birx was he was more leaning to what Birx was saying, because she was surfacing some of the things that the CDC was saying that she didn't trust. She said that like 20% of the death numbers were not right that the CDC was reporting. Then we found out that it was only 6% that actually had died from COVID, and the other 94% died from an average of 2.6 chronic disease underlying causes that would never have been reported as COVID in the past, just like they wouldn't report that somebody died from cancer. But if they actually died from flu symptoms, they wouldn't say that he died from flu symptoms. they would say that the person died from the immune system being so depleted from the lack of from the chemotherapy and the radiation therapy not working to get rid of leukemia, which I have personal knowledge of. That was the case with my vehicle's cousin. Happened. He died like from something that was just going around in his family when he was sent back from Sloan Kettering. And he had been through rounds of chemo that weren't working. All right, so I don't know how I get into all that, but talking about Gates, I guess, right? So he answers to the next level. He doesn't answer to me. And I wouldn't treat him badly, but Jesus said to love our enemies. He's not an enemy unless he tells people that the next level doesn't exist. Then he's acting like an enemy because he doesn't know that. There's a lot of people that think that's true. They're just unaware. They've lost whatever recognition they might have had. Or they, put it in some other direction in their explanation in their own heads. Like space aliens or are the real gods, or just a made-up story, or that they were really talking. All the mythologies were really talking about the kings and the queens and all that, and the princes and which they were, because those are always used by the space alien souls to get the humans to do the things that they want them to do, to develop technologies in every civilization that's got this kind of a setup by the next level. Because some civilizations don't have Luciferians. Late to the party. Hello, everyone. Welsh Dragon. Good evening, Kathy Southwestern. I think I even said that to you already. Does the next level approve of humans colonizing other planets? I don't know. I don't think I think it's a choice that they're making, and they want them to have that choice. But how far they're going to let them go, I don't know. And, to what degree, I don't know. If the next level takes all negatives and makes them into positives. I know Tiendo said that the next level didn't like the way they were interfering with the things that were happening in space. And I think an example would be that, which I can't say for sure is an example, would be when they shot that comet. They shot a missile onto the comet Temple 1. What was it, 2003, 4, something like that, maybe? So they did give that indication that they were messing up. Also, I think they said something about all the space junk that was not being taken care of. See, those aren't clear memories. They're kind of a little bit foggy. Hello, Boston U. Collusion. How much of the knowing of how celestial bodies of the near Earth influence the human? How much of the knowing of how celestial bodies of the near Earth influence the humans in how they think, feel, and act because of discarnates did T and Do and the class keep in mind in daily tasks? It's Halloween in Japan. Okay, that's another thing. Oh, maybe this is related though. I'm going to read it from Killusion. It's Halloween in Japan for the day is earlier than America, I think. I can see people love being able to be influenced and come out as who they are, want to be, show their discarnates, per se. Haha. This vehicle enjoyed this holiday spirit. However, this time around, I'll only be turning into a pumpkin for the night. Turning into a pumpkin, right? That's that little. I think T and Do came up with that. That's where I think I got it from. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe somebody else said that before. Maybe they got it from somebody else. You know, because they certainly had experience in the human kingdom. But so, how much of the knowing of how celestial bodies of the near Earth influence the humans and how they think, feel, and act? The T and Do and class keep in mind in daily tasks. Well, in daily tasks, like I didn't think about that at all. But what I can say about that, and I doubt others were thinking about that kind of thing that much, but I don't know for sure. But we didn't have well, we had the game astrology. One day in 1984, approximately, T and Do brought in a whole bunch of books of astrology from Alan Leo, and a book on horary astrology has to do with asking questions and then writing down the time and hour, that's where horary comes from, of the question, and then looking at certain rules that had been developed over hundreds of years or more to see if you could come up with an answer. So they gave us, books that had that kind of thing, teaching in it. And they said that we shouldn't do our own charts, because we also got ephemerises and table of houses. And so we learned how to make our own charts. And we weren't supposed to do our own chart, our natal chart, which is the people don't know what that is. That has to do with, they call it the nativity, has to do with our birth. The time and date and location on the earth. So you used coordinates of the earth, wherever that person was born, to with the time and date, to make a little fingerprint of those people that were born in that spot at that time. So they said we shouldn't do one another's charts either, our own or somebody else's, our nativity charts. But we could do horary charts, asking questions. Okay, and so we started asking questions about like Ronald Reagan. I think it was Ronald Reagan. What he might do, because we were watching the news on a regular basis. And and this, but Tino called it a game. But she always said that, they said that the reason they didn't want us to do our own chart and other people's charts is because the members of the classroom, in other words, anybody that chooses to give their all to T and Do, is though they're still the vehicle is still affected by the effects that come to us from planets, from the discarnate world, from our genetics, from our influences from people that we relate to, from society, from the media, all that, uh, um, wasn't going to be the same anymore for the people that were trying to break away from all that. And so that's why they didn't want us to stick to, look at that to try to get to see our own characteristics. And they also knew that you could make things, work in that. That it wasn't 100% dependable. But it did have accuracy to some of it. And you can see that the next level can actually help people that are doing those charts and in any of things, psychic people or the next level can help them, and also the discarnates can influence them to give them ideas about things that they might actually know about people. And so in that way, you can even have that done over distances to where the spirit can actually find out very, very quickly, go to that person that's on that telephone. Because they say, where are you? Where, they might be able to have that kind of a direct connect with people in vehicles, to where they could go to them and then they could find out, they could learn very quickly certain things about them. How many brothers and sisters they have. They got a dog in the family, and so then that psychic person can say, I see a dog barking. And they might not be just just throwing it out there for no reason. What occurs to them can be from the discarnate world, or from their own genetics, and also their ability to develop being able to read people, read facial expressions, read tones of voice, read the amount of passion that somebody expresses something with, or when they show fear of something, so those psychics, a lot of those people become like psychologists as well, in a sense. And then, of course, they say things that are so general sometimes that, and if they get something wrong, sometimes they say something else, and it might be accurate, it might not be. Because they also have to deal with their own interpretation of what thoughts they're getting. Sometimes they get like images that some people might call visions. One of the things that T always said was that with the new moon, new moon starts, the full moon fulfills. Something like that. What the new moon stimulates, the full moon fulfills. And that there was an effect from the moon on people, and she didn't discount the other planets having effects as well, but she never got into actually beyond the books and the definitions of the characteristics of the houses, and we were given the option to do all kinds of different forms of the houses. She had a book that had Chinese astrology associated with it, and and other things later. So we had probably about 10 books total, and it was an option. It was nobody was graded on whether they got into it or not. And Sorority and myself and Logody and Sunodi and Arthody and with Arthody wasn't among the 38. He was Michael in one of the early documentaries. We're all kind of gravitated to the astrology, and maybe some others that I don't really remember very well. I just saw those doing the most, and we actually had a little business. It was called Astrologics, that were doing astrology charts for people. I never met the people, but I had the task of doing progressions. But Tiendo didn't give us any instructions on what kind of progressions to use, so I used a number of different progressions sometimes. You could progress the sun of a day to a year to try to tell the future of somebody, the prospects based on the other positions of the planets. So I did that for maybe two or three clients that I didn't actually meet. And I was allowed to do their natal chart, and then use the progressions against the natal chart to try to come up with what I thought the chart was saying. I didn't get any clues of anything. They didn't ask me certain questions or anything. They just said progress the chart. I can't say that I asked the next level for help with every little thing. I just was trying to do the best job I could interpreting what I was, understanding about the different aspects of those planets and the aspects of the planets actually, and like a square or a conjunction or a trine or a quad or whatever the different degrees of distance was. So, but they did talk about how there were like that midpoints. They felt like there was something to the midpoints between planets and things. And let's see what else they said. They said that the solstices were very important times when the next level was giving us more lessons. I can't say that I ever really recognized that happening. On a regular basis, that is. I never made the correlation, so we weren't thinking about it I wasn't thinking about it all the time. I'm going to move on in the chat room. Do you correspond with the webmasters of the Heaven's Gate website? I haven't in a number of years. Boston was asking this question. Boston, you. It's been some years since I've... No, it's actually not been some years. It's been probably even less than a year, actually. Actually, sometimes people would ask me if they could buy a Heaven's Gate book. Like when they buy a book off of my eBay page, which my eBay page is Tito Books. I sell my book for $40, which is my cost plus fees, and for PayPal and for eBay, and shipping also. That includes shipping within the United States, which is about $5 for my book. Anyway, but So when that happened a few times, uh, Mark and Sarah sent me a case of books. I mean, it wasn't just books. It was books and some Beyond Human set of the Beyond Human tapes, and I don't know if there was other things in it. Mostly the Beyond Human tapes, and about 15 or more, 20 books. And so I had them, and I've given most of them away. Well, no, I gave them away mostly, but I sold a few. After I asked, well, maybe I sold one before I asked Mark about it. Uh, Maybe one or two even. and I give these all away on my blog, and there's also ebooks that are cheap to buy. So and also I send people to SawyerHG@yahoo.com. I'll send you my book and other materials if you send me an email to SawyerHG@yahoo.com and request that. Anyway, so which I don't sell those things. Anything digital I don't sell. I don't try to sell. But so what I did is I got in touch with Mark and Sarah, and I told them that I had sent some people their way to buy books, and Mark replied, he thanked me for doing that. Because he printed them. I mean, he paid for the printing of them, even though it was T&O's book that was actually called, it was a blue book at first, and was bound by one of those kind of binders that you can sometimes buy in like a Staples or an office supply store. That's my understanding of the blue book. I don't actually have one. I think Carlin still has a few. I did have sent to me the things that somebody that studied them found that were different about the blue book and what was called the purple book, because the ones Mark and Sarah published, they published with a purple cover. And because I think they knew that T&O's, T's favorite color was purple. Even though her favorite ice cream was vanilla. So I'm going to move on to Boston. How long were you with Heaven's Gate? 19 years, from September of 1975 to September of 1994. Right, Jeff got that right. Boston, you 19 years, question mark. Okay, that's pretty good. Must have really known the leaders up close. Yes, I think so. As much as I could as a student. We didn't live with them all the time. Sometimes we did live with them, but not in the same rest chamber. They had separate quarters, but they could have been in the same house. Well, yeah, they were sometimes in the same house, T and O together, but that was kind of rare. But then after T left her vehicle in 1985, then Doe lived in the same house with us a number of times. With some of us, not all of us necessarily. But sometimes I was in the same house with him. Boston uses OG. What's that? He is an OG. I don't know what an OG is, Jeff. Jeff said that. Original gangsta. All right, there you go. I take that as a plus because everything's reversing, right? And it's like interesting how that terminology is reversing as well. To where that's a good thing because the way I take it is that I never really thought about how people actually mean that word. I mean, I know it's meant as that person, it's just a positive kind of thing, what they're saying, even though they might be literally doing some things that are kind of gangster-like, but being against the system is automatically something better than the system because the system's so corrupt. That's the way I look at that word. What do you think of the strange phenomenon of HG memorabilia becoming valuable? Famous example is the model of Nike shoes they wore. Yeah, I don't know. That's just going to happen. It's choices. It's not like it's sacrilegious or anything like that. I think T&O and crew knew that was going to take place because they knew people would be interested in them because they are so unusual. And there were so many things about what they did that didn't match with anybody else. Anybody else, really. I mean, that can be said with tons of evidence. If we went to a court of law, I would have, 100 things to say that would prove that they were unique. And everybody that becomes embedded with what they believe are challenged. But that challenge is what it takes for them to choose to deal with in order to overcome their own self-limitations that they put on themselves by not being open to seeing how unique they were and are. But see, the thing is that members of the next level don't want to be unique. They want to be the same. But the next level doesn't let them be the same. In other words, the next level would love to be robots of their older members. Like if I could say everything that my older members said exactly, and not lose anything in translation, or I'm glad to do that. But see, our vehicles have the choices and have our own programming that automatically sets up a reduction or a dilution or a dilution, a degree of dilution, and or a degree of hopefully not distortion, but it can also bring distortion into it. It does. I mean, it tries, but if we want to see the distortion and we make it clear to the next level that we want to see distortion that can be slipping in, they help us recognize it, and sometimes other people bring it to our attention, that we're distorting what they were teaching. But then people can have interpretations of what is distorting that can be distorted. So you kind of when we're standing for T&O, it's always an experiment, and because the next level knows that the people that students that have had personal experience with the older members, the people that they are going to communicate with are going to receive my vehicle, my ways, my faults, my, problems, my pluses, according to their own strain of mind that they grew up with. And so they're going to be critical of me in certain ways, and other ways they're not going to be critical of me. And so, and that's going to happen. And that process is what other people need to go through in order to try to see what the other person is trying to deliver without being so picky about being the exact words, for instance, like the fundamentalists do. Though using as many exact words as possible is always a plus. But some people just don't have that good of a memory. And it becomes hard to listen to the tapes over and over again. But actually, I shouldn't say that, because it's not that hard. Like I do a lot of driving. I have put them on. I have listened to tapes in the car, but I do it so seldom. But I could do that more, and I would learn more things, and I might even correct myself in different ways. Because there's always more to learn from even the things that I think I understand about Tiendo, what they were teaching. We can get actually exactly what our older members intended. And when we translate to other people what they gave us, we can have other examples, or maybe not examples isn't the best way of saying that, but we can use different words to still get the same intention across, but we can also be fooled into thinking that we've got the same intention. And not, but it might not make much of a difference to the person, because the intention that we always should have, if we want to do this kind of a task of standing up at Tiendo, is to point people to what Tiendo wrote and said in audio tapes and videotapes and documents. And because nobody becomes a student of me or a student of Tiendo unless they ask them to become a student. Not me. I'm not talking about me. Nobody can ask me to be a student of mine, because I'm not a teacher, and you don't need me for that. I mean, it doesn't mean that what I do isn't useful and helpful to the next level and or to you all, or some of you, but to some degree, occasionally, or whatever, however often, it doesn't matter. That's all irrelevant. Your choice. You have the choice to tune into these live streams, and because I've been criticized for having these live streams. And so, frankly, I can't see that the criticism is justified. Though it should be critical of me and what I say and do if I can't substantiate it, which sometimes I can't very easily. So I can see how somebody could be upset by me saying that Tiendo said this and Tiendo said that, when they can't see the evidence of that because they weren't in the classroom at that time, or they hadn't listened to that audio tape that well, or they didn't hear that in that audio tape in those words, or that I expanded it a little bit in the way that I described it, which was a lesson step that we had in the 17 steps of when you get instructions, do you change your when you're given a procedure, do you change it according to your own computer? Computer meaning mind. Because people do get off on self-expression. And you can get, to where you enjoy hearing yourself talk. I don't think I've gotten to that point. But I know that can happen. I have gotten to the point to where I was pleased with something I said or wrote. And I'm not saying that's wrong to be pleased by that, but we can become a little too easily pleased with ourselves, which is a problem that I do have. T told me that, so that's why I know it. A little too pleased with yourself. Something that would keep me off the spacecraft. In other words, being a little too pleased with yourself could keep you off the spacecraft. I'm saying it repeatedly because I'm really seeing that in a different way than I've seen it before. Because it looks like a little thing. Right? So what if you're a little pleased with yourself? Too pleased with yourself? What is a little too pleased with yourself? Where do you draw the line? Well, we're just going by what T said to me. And T had a lot of perception. A lot of perception. So when T said that to me in a note, the best response I could have had, which they didn't teach us this right away, was to believe it and want to know how it, wanting to try to understand it, how it applied. And I didn't see how it applied until after I was out of the classroom, relating to how I was in the classroom, knowing how I was thinking and acting in the classroom. I could see that there were things that I just didn't get them. I didn't apply it. I didn't understand it to the degree that they understood it. But that's the process. So the process is to, ask for the help, want to be a servant of our older member that says everything exactly. So everybody has the best chance they can have to pay more attention to what T and Do said and did, and study it, and get to know what they were saying from their mouth, and Boston U, what happened to I read the one that you said, Jeff, like a veteran in the scene. Boston U, what happened to XF? I subbed his channel and it disappeared. I didn't even know he had a channel. And Boston U says, and what happened to Rio? Do you still correspond with him at XF? Well, the XF channel led me to your channel through his documentary that had you in it. Oh, right, I remember that. Jeff says, then, do you have any posters left from back then? Well, let's see here. To all those questions, I'll just say right up front, Jeff, no, I don't have any posters from... well, the posters are in the Heaven's Gate book. That's freely available on the Heaven's Gate website. Just go to the table of contents of the book, and I think you'll see them there. And if you want me to send them to you, I can send them to you through my email. I can send you the whole book, but you can also download it from the Heaven's Gate website. You go to the book page, and then the very bottom of that book page, there's a link that allows you to download the text in a zip file. It's in text format, so it'll go into any kind of a word processor. And that's good to have to be able to search on keywords. Oh, you have the purple book. Okay. So let me get back to Boston News questions. So XF, he would, he was first approached by, he was like in a kind of a club kind of thing, but it might have been just him that was the member. I don't know for sure. So he followed the T&O information for a while, and then he dropped out, and then he followed and then some time passed, even a year or so, and he came back into the information and started up a new website and a Facebook page and a YouTube channel, and he was making documentaries, and then he dropped away again, and then I think he came back a third time maybe, and started things up again. And during those times, him and I worked together to some degree. I sent him footage, or I just put the footage on this channel here, and he just took it off of that sometimes. And I might have even sent him something separate from that. I don't remember anymore now. But then he had a problem. He started to have a big problem with seemingly a little thing. When I told him that, let's see, that T&O had brought in birds. And at first he said, "How isn't that human to have pets?" Because they weren't for eggs; they were just finches and parakeets and parrots. 2 parrots, 2 or so parakeets, and maybe 6 or 8 or so finches. Now, T&O had one of those parrots in their quarters where Livody and Jan Odie were spending a lot of time. And maybe you can hear that parrot in some of the early audio tapes. Or at least one of them. Well, we didn't have them for very long, and they were given back to the, or the people that they bought them from. But maybe some excuse me, maybe a month total. And I explained to him that they became the source of some lessons, and even thinking that it was the human thing was like a challenge for people. And so he said, "Oh, I can see that," so that passed, and then I was talking to him about something in an email, and I expressed to him that that what Moses had said about who was a real prophet was that what they say comes true. And so he knew that, when they set up that time to have a meeting with a spacecraft in 1976, 1980, I'm sorry, 1980, when we were in Cave Without a Name in Texas, near Boerne, Texas, or Bourne, Texas, or Bourne, Texas. I like all those words for that place where they woke up for the first time in 1973. But when that didn't happen, and when they changed the demonstration to saying that the shooting down in the streets in Revelations, they felt was the shooting down by the press of them, their reputations and their humanness, making them into, felons and deceivers of people. And so that was the straw that broke the camel's back for him, as far as I know. But he could have come back into, looking at more T&O information. He could have continued to research T&O information. And but during some of those times, he said that he was trying a different religion here and there, and so he's exploring, and I don't find any fault with him. I enjoyed working with him, and I know he stimulated what was called the hoax, where he wanted to have more people believe in T&O, and so he created people that he then had us interface with them, with Carlin and I, and we're talking with them, these other people that didn't exist. So he was kind of tricked to doing that kind of a deceitful thing, and he apologized for it eventually, because he ended up bringing one of those people that he called Tia, committed suicide in his story. That I thought I was talking with Tia when she told me she was going to do that. And I was trying to talk her out of it. It wasn't a her. It was a her in his way of describing her. But as being a nurse, and I didn't pick up on that he was making it up. I thought, well, wow, that's a coincidence. But why not? Livodi was a nurse. And Livodi was a student, a very close student. I think one of the more elder students. And so I took him for his word. But when we found out about it, when we pressed him, because some of the things didn't make sense when he staged the alleged suicide of Tia. I started to ask questions about it, and Carlin was doing the same thing, and Carlin was really upset because Carlin was the one that contacted him to begin with, so he'd been communicating with him for a while before I got involved, because it took me years before I asked for service, before I started really studying the T&O materials again and doing searches for Heaven's Gate on the web, which is where I came up with contact with Carlin. through what he was talking about on the web and regarding Rick Odie and things. So XF then owned up to it, to both of us, and Carlin never forgave him for that. And so when he disappeared and came back, Carlin was, calling him a liar and all that, and in so many words, and it didn't affect me that much that I'd been duped by him. I enjoyed thinking that there were people that were actually interested in this conversation. I didn't know that there were. And so I did a lot. And for me to start talking about tea again, because he was asking me questions all the time. But he had like 7 different personalities. Or maybe it wasn't that many. Well, at least 4, I think. So, it was helpful for me to have somebody drawing on. That's what standing up for Tea and Dough means, that whether you know it or not, other people that hear about it from you will, the time that you're talking about things, and every time they remember you saying that, are actually drawing Tea and Dough's mind through you to them. But they're also, then when they go to Tea and Dough's information directly, then they're drawing. Well, unless you don't say anything that's correct with what Tea and Dough taught, then they're just drawing your mind if they're remembering those things as being Tea and Dough. So that's then drawing misinformation mind potentially. I'm talking about intention has got to be part of this as well, not just the real words. That's my perspective on that. I'll go back to the chat room. Right, he talked about the hoax. Yeah, he had a hard time with it, and Carlin was pretty hard on him, I think. But maybe that's Carlin said to me recently that he was right about XF, because he told me that he was being deceitful or whatever it was. That's the impression I got from the things Carlin said about him. And I don't think he was ever intentionally deceitful. Yes, he was with the hoax, but then after that, didn't see any evidence of that. After he owned up to it. But it became his karma, so to speak. And what you sow, you reap, according to Jesus. When he announced that thing about, that Tia had killed herself, which was a phony event, if anybody just joined me recently here. But it was real interesting what happened. There was a fireball that was traveling east to west, right in line with Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, headed towards Edmonton. Or was it Calgary? One of those two. But I think it was Edmonton, but now I'm getting it mixed up with Chakotay. I think her vehicle was from Calgary, I think. I think XF was from Edmonton. In either case, it was close enough to where when that happened on the same day or right after, immediately after, the day after that happened, after he told Colin and I that lie, that happened. And since he was from Canada there, I looked at that and I thought, holy smokes, the Next Level knows what's going on here, and they're wanting to point it out. They're sending us a sign that, because there weren't that many fireballs then. Not like what happened in 2013, starting in 2013. Anyway, I'm going to move on because I think I want to bring this to a close. I am at 5 hours. Happy Halloween. Yeah. The Halloween. Hallowed be the name. They had a little joke that they told. It was called Howard be your name. No, Howard be thy name. Howard be thy name. Howard be thy name. Yes, happy Halloween from Boston U and from Peyote. Peyote. That's not a Tiendo Odie name, by the way. Not that I ever heard. And I heard them all, I think. Well, I know I heard them all. Maybe XF was channeling real souls without realizing it. Yeah, well, see, that's what we're all potentially doing if we're growing, because because I don't know if there's any first time souls that are believing in Tiendo right now, that were planted just right now. It's possible. But I know Tiendo said that all the souls that have significant relationship with older members of the Next Level through the civilization, actually even beyond the civilization maybe, we're going to be brought back. We're being brought back now. So, but it's not channeling to where the vehicle is taken over by the soul. The soul doesn't our mind, which consists of the mind from the Next Level, genetic mind, and environmental mind from birth to whatever age we are, and everything that, all the information that came to us, all the programs we put into motion, and the ones we canceled because we didn't like them, all that is who we are. Okay, so so that's different than, so when we're talking and when we're receiving, and talking, which right now I'm doing, but I'm not channeling the soul that was that became Soyoti. I'm channeling. I know I'm picking on the word, but some people don't understand the difference between the way that Next Level members communicate with one another. And they think of channeling as being what, what's her name did? Seth Speaks, the woman that was speaking for Seth, and other channels like that. There's a Pleiadian channel who's become very well known. among Pleiadian circles or UFO circles. But and so they actually go into like a trance kind of condition, and they don't always remember what they said. And sometimes they speak with a voice that nobody ever heard them use, which might be a legitimate experience that happens when a certain type of soul, like a Luciferian space alien, fallen angel soul, does come through a human vehicle and takes it over for that moment. But see, the next level doesn't take us over. The Luciferians do that. They try to do that. And they do that. The next level needs us to take over our vehicles. And that becomes the lesson program. Using their tools, their teachings. And then we're using their mind. And humans are doing that all over the world to different degrees. It's to their benefit. To whatever control they're exercising over their vehicles is potentially to the spirit's benefit or soul's benefit. But I guess they won't be given a soul this time around anymore unless they show at least a curiosity in what Tiendo are teaching. And a soul that's deposited in somebody a year ago and one that's deposited now doesn't make it any bigger or better or stronger. Because people can grow very fast and they can grow very slow. All of us. And not grow at all. And go backwards. But the less we use it, the more we lose it. That's not a saying from Tiendo's mind, but they did talk about it that way. That for them to get new information or new perspectives on old information, we've got to be, their students have to be pulling on their minds for the next best step that they can take in their own growth. All right. If XF was not sorry for his hoax and was still crooked, why then he was sorry for his hoax. I'm sorry, I didn't express that very well. He apologized twice for that I was aware of. To me, twice. I believe he was talking to me and Carlin at the time. So if XF was not sorry for his hoax and was still crooked, why then... See, I wouldn't call him crooked. Because he stopped that hoax, and then he wasn't crooked after that. I didn't see any... And crooked even, like, it has this connotation that it was in his he had some financial interest in mind, or for the book that he wanted to use to get famous, or something like that. Or he was doing something on the sly. I don't think he was ever doing anything on the sly. Why then would he get a tattoo of Heaven's Gate on his hand? A con man wouldn't do that. Well, he was never trying to be a con man. He wasn't trying to convince me of something with these other personalities. So it's not. He wasn't a con man. Well, see, what he was a filmmaker. He made short films that were horror films, and so he did have a knack for. I saw one of them, or I heard it. I don't remember seeing anything. But I definitely heard an audio of it. And it was a little bit interesting. But I'm not a buff of that kind of cinema, so somebody else, might have, I'm sure, would have plenty of things to say or nothing to say at all. But right, a con wouldn't do that. So that's why he's not a con. That's one of the reasons he's not a con. Because he was sorry for his hoax. So Deadman then says in the chat room, what did Doe make of Jim Jones and the People's Temple suicides? Oh, boy. That they were totally off track. But that Jim Jones was. And that was inappropriate. It was wrong. It was, but the students that, even though they followed him, doesn't mean that they were treated in the same way with their souls or spirits. In other words, one can even can wonder, I don't know if T and Doe would think this way, but I would make a guess that they might, is that the people that killed themselves, believing that this was like the war of Armageddon kind of thing, with the government coming down on them, just like Jim Jones had taught, was showing their faith in God, whatever their idea of God was. They're not treated the same way as Jim Jones would be treated by the next level. Because they were willing to cash it all in on that basis. That means a lot to the next level. They don't take that for granted, I don't believe. That's all my opinion about that. Although they did give an example of, what was it now? I had it and I lost it. Then I had it and I lost it again. While I was talking, I was getting this other picture. I'm really tired. What about Charles Manson? Well, he didn't. I didn't hear T and Doe say anything about Charles Manson. Vanilla is my favorite ice cream as well. Was that right, NXBX? Hello, friends and Sawyer. Greetings to you too. You came in pretty late, so I'm gonna have to be turning into a pumpkin here. Boston U says, or David Koresh. Well, David Koresh, to be short about it, he said that he didn't agree with anything David Koresh was saying and doing, but the fact that his students were willing to lose their lives, a number of them, believing that the same thing, that this was the government coming down on them, which was the thought of Armageddon. As talked about also in Revelation 20:20, that happens to the saints in their camps, which could be campground, could be future, could be past, Could be different ways of seeing that. Spartacus of the Watch World. Yes, thank you too for answering some of my questions. You're welcome. Well, he wouldn't have approved of Charles Manson. TNO wouldn't have approved of Charles Manson at all. They were against humans killing humans for any reason. All right. Dalai Lama. What about the Dalai Lama? I don't know what he thought, but the Dalai Lama reminds me of the Maitreya that the Buddhists say is the returning Christ, but not in the words Christ, but anointed one is also communicated in their ideas of the Buddha returning. And the Buddha did return, 24 or more times. But it wasn't the same as the original Buddha. They were looking for the person that was the new Buddha. And so the original Buddha probably helped a bunch of vehicles think the way he thought. Why did XF get a big Heaven's Gate tattoo? Well, because he believed in them, and he was actually out talking with people. So he took an active role right away. And I'm starting to get dizzy, so I've got to go, folks. Good night.